Alright. Let's see if this all works. Alright. Let's see if this all works. Am I hearing an echo? That's not what I want. 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 It's not having that. It's not having that. It's not having that. It's not having that. Okay. 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 It's very strange. Why is it doing that? 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 I'll just restart the timer for a sec. 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 Mm-hmm. 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 Well, we'll see if this is a goofy game. I don't know. Well, we'll see if this is a goofy
Currently,
game.
I'm hearing an echo of
We'll
myself.
see
I'm
if
trying
this
to
is a
figure out
goofy
why
game.
that
I'm
is.
hearing an echo of myself. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Echo of myself. I'm trying to figure out why that is. Echo of myself. I'm trying to figure out why that is.
Okay, that could be.
That could be. Okay, that could be. That could be. Okay, that could be. Strangely, I didn't have that problem yesterday, but I can maybe move away a bit. Yesterday, but I can maybe move away a bit. Yesterday, but I can maybe move away a bit. Yesterday, but I can maybe move away a bit. Yesterday, but I can maybe. How do I fix that? 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 Mm-mm. Mm-mm. It's very strange. I didn't have this problem at all yesterday, but now I do. It's very strange. I didn't have this problem at all yesterday, but now I do. It's very strange. I didn't have this problem at all yesterday, but now I do. It's very strange. I didn't have this problem at all yesterday, but now I do.
Maybe, hang on.
I think this is the issue. Hang on, this should fix it, I think. Yeah, I think it's this. Okay, never mind. Got it fixed. Should not have my own Twitch running in the background. That's clearly the problem. Alright, let's see how this is for the music in this game. I think this is one of those games where the music will stop when it tabs out. I'm just going to restart the timer just so I can figure that out as well. I'm going to put the music up a little bit, but but I don't know how it is. Please tell me how the sound is relative to the music, assuming you can hear it. Everything looks and sounds okay and all that. Yeah, is it too loud? Okay, well, it is pretty... It does seem to try and be very dramatic, you're not wrong. Let's turn that down a little bit. Is this better? There's a lot of horn blare going on here as well. Not loud, okay. Yeah, okay, you mean in those terms. Yeah, that's very true. I mean, it's trying to be... My impression is it's trying to be like a very, you know, classic, dramatic RPG stuff going on, right? So, cool. Alright, that is good to know. Is the chat visible, by the way? I realized last time I meant for the chat to be visible on the screen, but it wasn't. I think that should be fixed now. Hey Mordkop, you heard horn, did you? Yeah, there's a lot of horn going on in the opening at least. I don't know how much horn there will be down the line. There's a lot of this dramatic stuff. Let me just check my audio in OBS, which unfortunately silences it. I mean, how does one attract cows? I guess grass, right? What does this even mean? Oh, this is like DLCs and stuff. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about that. True, salt licks. Cows do love salt. I mean, if I do badly at this game, there's probably gonna be some salt, right? So I think that will, which is very likely because I'm pretty bad at most games, and also I think this requires like classic RPG, sort of like clever fast response stuff, which I haven't played in a long time because I'm always playing like turn-based stuff. So there's likely to be some salt going on. Oh yeah, the timer. So Baron said, and you know, I always listen to Baron, of course, that it's quite easy to install the timer and that there are YouTube tutorials for this. And it turns out, in fact, that it is even easier than I thought, because there is a pre-installed script that comes with OBS that has a built-in timer. So basically all you need to do is set up a text source and then connect that text source to this timer script that you get by default with OBS, and you can just set it to like however many minutes you want, and then that does it for you. Aha, I see that Franco is here. Hello, old man Franco. I hope you all appreciate this experience. Hi, Finboy. Let's just see. Okay, they're starting soon. Can probably go off now. Unfortunately, this is one of those games that, like, when you tab out into OBS, the music will shut up. I cannot help that. But the music is pretty dramatic as is. Let me do another audio check. Kaladin said it was all okay. Hope everyone agrees. Music can be louder, quieter. Me. Video, all that stuff. I also have no idea what to set here in the difficulties. Characters will die permanently. Maximum number of 10 wins allowed. I don't know what any of this means. You probably don't want to have auto leveling, right? I guess you would want to spend your own points. If I know RPGs at all. I don't know what any of this means. Cool. Yeah, it's good. Alright. I guess we'll get going with it. Yeah, so this is Tyranny. This is, well, I don't know a whole lot about it. I'm playing this completely blind, as Jake would say. I have never played this game. I have never seen this game played. Allegedly, old man Franco claims that I made an agreement with him that I would play this game, and I thought, like, well, if we're going to do that, then I might as well stream it so that he can enjoy me playing it. I think this is in exchange for him playing Icewind Dale, if I remember correctly. But yeah, I don't know anything really about this. I think I watched or sort of read the description of this on Steam at one point. So it's like a game where you play as the bad guys, and I think it came up because Franco was doing an evil run in Baldur's Gate, and I'm generally opposed to doing evil runs in RPGs. Not really my kind of style. I know that, like, you know, there was Worst Henry and all that, which is kind of funny, but it's not something I would do. But then Franco apparently thought the correct thing to do is to make me play this. Yeah, anyway, you have finished. Yeah. Okay, I mean, that's fair. You don't have to do that right now. Actually, I'm gonna move this away a bit. Yeah, so I guess we'll just jump into it and figure out what's going on. Story mode. Well, we're not too much of a noob, right? Thing is, I also haven't played like a classic sort of game with mouse and keyboard kind of thing, like an RPG of this kind in quite some time. I think not since I played Pillars of Eternity 2, and that's a little while ago. So it will be a little bit of a learning curve, to be sure. So I don't expect any real competence in this. Normal difficulty requires strategy and efficiency. Companion and combat AI. Yeah, I guess we'll just play on normal. No, we're not gonna go Iron Man. I think this is fine. The only thing I know is that Franco told me to have a high lore skill, as the suggestion gives.
For over 400 years, the armies of Kairos the Overlord have swept across the known world. All who stood against them fell before their might. Even the Archons, women and men of immense power, were forced to kneel, chained to the Overlord's will. Now Kairos' final conquest has come to our corner of the world, and two of the Overlord's armies compete for the honor of taking our lands. The elite disfavored, and the teeming horde of the Scarlet Chorus. The voices of Narad, spymaster and Archon of secrets, guides the fierce and undisciplined masses of the Scarlet Chorus. With each battle, the Scarlet Chorus grows stronger, as the defeated are given a simple choice: serve or die. Graven Ash, Archon of War and the Overlord's most loyal general, leads the disfavored. Though small in number, Kairos' ironclad legion has never met true defeat in open battle. Watching over the two generals is Tunon, the Adjudicator, Archon of Justice, eldest of Kairos' minions. Tunon brings Kairos' laws to newly conquered lands, aided by the Fatebinders, judges and executioners of the Overlord's laws. You were among the youngest of the court of Fatebinders when Kairos' armies came to our lands. How could we have known that the fate of thousands would rest in your hands?
I mean, I don't know about that. That sounds like a lot of responsibility. Alright, so what do we do here? And as always, the question is, how much of a twink can we make ourselves? In the Northern Empire where you were born, men enjoy equal blah blah blah. Yeah, sure. Only men may own or captain ships, but real estate is restricted to women. So they're matrilineal, I guess. Criminals, derelicts, and others are often conscripted into the armies of the Archons. Blah blah blah. Okay, sure, we'll go with, I don't know, something like that. Something like this. That sounds good. I guess this is about as twinky as it gets. I mean, as always with these things, we have to spend a proper amount of time in the character creator, right? I mean, well, these are some heads. I mean, good lord. None of them exactly like charming, is it? Do we have other heads? No, that's even worse. That's also really bad. Okay, that's kind of a good haircut. That's not too far off my current haircut, although mine is a little shorter. That will do. Of course, I have a red hair, so we'll do that. Let's see what the voices are.
Got it. On the lookout. I'm injured, tired. Let's rest.
See that? To battle! Good work. You learn something every day.
Okay.
That wasn't so hard. Quiet down. My wounds are slowing me down.
Why is it always that in every RPG you have to have like one of these like, I'm the really growly hero voices? It's like, we can go female.
To battle! Ha! Good work!
Yeah, that's also not it. That doesn't even kind of sound
I'll
sneaky.
just hold on to this. That wasn't so hard. My wounds are slowing me down. Found something. Heads up, we have company!
Yeah, okay, I'll go with that. At least it's like progressive enough game that you can use a female voice with it. Then we need a portrait. What is this? Ah, you can give yourself tattoos and stuff. Yeah, okay, that's not that interesting. The weird thing is that, like, it doesn't seem that there's all that much customization here, so the correspondence between that and the character portraits is not enormous. That was already a bit of a problem in Baldur's Gate, but it seems even worse here. What's the best approach here? No. I don't really like that like goatee thing, you know? This is very hip at the moment. It's not really my thing. Not too much of a fan of the whole mustache fashion. It's not too bad, I guess. Can do. We can, oh, yeah, if we pretend that this is a twink, I think it will work. Doesn't completely correspond. Maybe we can, I wish we could have a better face. Right? Because this is like, that's a lot of chin that's going on here. But we don't really seem to get much of a choice. I guess because we're bad guys, and bad guys, you know, they have to be sort of like gruff and stuff. Oh, Kaladin, I highly suggest you Google this. You will get the best possible results. but like, yeah, it kind of is. So it's a gay archetype, I guess. It's like skinny, pretty guys. Yeah, there is a bit of the Habsburg going on here, right? It's like, if you look at this chin amount that is going on relative to the face, it's yeah, it's a little better on our actual portrait, right? That's a bit more the ideal. So how did we join Kairos' army? I don't like that it's called Kairos, right? If you have a Y like this, it should be like Kudos or Kiros. Kairos is very American. Okay, so I'm a Fatebinder, agent of the Archon of Justice. You are by no means free, but as a warrior scholar deputized with discretionary powers to interpret and execute the laws of the Overlord Kairos, you are freer than most. One does not apply to be a Fatebinder, one is called by Tumul the Archon of Justice, and to decline is death. It seems to be kind of a theme here. Millions of men and women live in the dozens of realms ruled by the Overlord. How do you stand out from amongst this teeming mass of desperation and insignificance and gain the Archon's notice? So, Franco, is there something I should pick here specifically for the lore thing you were talking about, or is that just a stat that I can do later? Because I do want to make sure I pick the right thing here. I'm also going to have to figure out whether chat is in the correct place, but it seems so far to be. Or maybe old man Franco is cleaning up his cat puke and isn't around to answer. Pit fighter, that doesn't seem very appropriate. Noble style, maybe? Ah. Yeah, I mean, Franco said that he had cat puke to pick up, so... yeah, couldn't be me. Diplomat, maybe? Careless warding of far-flung city, blah blah blah. Archon of Justice. War Mage, Lawbreaker, Soldiering Noble, Scion. Sedition, blah blah blah. Immunity from the crimes of your family. I like Diplomat. Let's go with that. Primary expertise. Oh boy, and now we're going to find out how we're going to fight, right? Which I have absolutely no idea about. Unarmed combat. Damage is lower, but you're faster. For someone interested in being challenged, I am absolutely not interested in being challenged. I guess sword and shield is kind of a good classic. Javelin was more sort of Jake's approach, right? Yeah, so Finboy, what kind of RPG is this? My understanding is this is an RPG where you're on the side of the bad guys or something, and that's like the... so it's kind of a bit different than the usual good versus evil, because there's only evil. That's my understanding of it, but that's also all I know about it. Maybe I'll just go with sword and shield. Cinder. I don't know if the Overlord is really evil, Kaladin. I have no idea. I mean, the implication seems to be yes, but I can't guarantee that. I don't know. Sunder. Yeah, why not? Why not go with Shield Slab? Do I need to pick something else? No. That's good. So, oh yeah, no, I do need to pick something else now. Secondary expertise. Spearing, maybe? You can also become a spellcaster as well as a sword and shield guy. Ooh, yeah, bow. That seems like a good idea. You're a small cog in the machinery of an evil empire. Yeah, exactly, right? I mean, that seems to be what the lore indicates. Delay your aim. Hobbling them. I always like hobbling. Do that. Character colors. Okay. I guess because we're evil, we get to have like all the evil... that looks kind of cute. This reminds me a little bit of Stellaris, don't you think? Like these logos and this color scheme setup. Sadly, the game doesn't go very far with that narrative concept. We could have done a whole lot more. The ending feels very rushed, you will see. all it's very optimistic. Well, I kind of like this one too, actually. I might go with this. We need to have some kind of properly, like, cute background. I always like sort of aquamarine type colors. Yeah, I think the green is nice. And then we'll have a golden banner. Yeah, that seems good. And why is this shield thing not the same as our... So we have a banner, but it has a different kind of icon than our shield has? That seems kind of arbitrary. Or maybe that's like the Archon's logo, or what is it, the Kairos' logo. That might make sense. Yeah, this is actually a Paradox game. I don't know if they developed it or just published it. I think they just published it, but it is a Paradox game. It had a cheesy Paradox intro. Now what looks good, right? If you're red-headed like me, you want to have green and kind of autumn colors. It's a little fashion tip from me to you. You're a redhead dressing like greens and blues and light browns and stuff, because that will look good on you. I think this will do nicely. Yellow pants, that's not it. Pants should be like gray. I like gray pants. Yeah, that's also... Mountain Blade is also published by them, right? Although I'll be honest, I didn't watch like nearly all of the Bannerlord stuff, just a little bit of what Jake played, but... What name are we going to have? I guess I'll just call myself that. Okay, now again, Franco said that I should max out lore, but I don't actually see lore in here. Wits, resolve, vitality, quickness, finesse. Also like this horn blaring on my end is really loud. So I don't know actually where the lore comes in here. I mean, I would guess that it would be wits, right? But since we are being bow and shield guys, we should definitely have like a bit of this. Have a bit of you, have a bit of you, that's usually good. And then have something else. Endurance, will and magic. Mental acuity. Vitality. Probably want to have a bit of vitality. It's always a good idea. Weakness, maybe? Maybe there's something that you can like dump stat or something. Resolve. Let's dump resolve a bit. This 8 is the lowest you can go. Yeah, I have no idea, right, whether that's good or bad. But, spell strength, magic defense. Yeah, the thing is that we're not a spellcaster, right? So I'm kind of hoping that this doesn't, like, impede having lore or whatever it was that Franco was talking about. I wish Franco were here so he could actually tell me what he wanted me to do. But, absent that, I will just make an educated RPG guess. Not really. Ah, okay. There's the old man. You can do whatever you want. I was just asking because of like you talking about having to have lore, right? So I want to make sure that that's a thing. Let's go with this. Oh, here's a lore. Okay, yeah, and here you get an opportunity to max that out, I guess. 20 points. How much lore would you reckon we need? Lore is more helpful for mages. Okay, that's fair enough. But you said it was good also for the... Magic is one of the big selling. See, that would have been useful because I made a non-magic build. But we'll figure it out. Subterfuge, magic staff, 200 weapons. I have honestly no idea. I guess we'll just throw like 5 or something into each of these. Okay, even the front line I can cast a few spells, that's cool. So I guess we'll want to dump something in lore then because you say this is good. Oh yeah, I guess it's because it's deciphering information, putting together clues from fragments of information. So it's used in dialogue to determine what you know about the history of the worlds or to impress others with your intelligence. Now if there's one thing that like J-Cord is guaranteed to want, right? It's to impress others with your intelligence. That's kind of what we do around here. Okay, that's not very fixed as classes go. That's good to know, because that's not a given for any given game. Parry, athletics. Let's have a bit of athletics. Let's have a bit of parry. Exactly. Kaladin and Mordkov know what I'm talking about. And then I guess we want... What do we want? I don't know what we want. Dodge? That always seems good. Who really knows? Selecting the Conquest option will allow you to play through Kairos' Conquest of the Tiers. Choosing how your character was involved in the invasion gives you most control over the starting state of the game and how other factions will react to your character. Yeah, I think Finboy's onto something there, like, why show intelligence when you can also not show intelligence? Speaking of not showing intelligence, we clearly need also more Nancy Drew games, right? I will admit that I have been tempted at times to try Nancy Drew games, and maybe at some point I will do that as well. Okay, let's have the full whatever it is, because if we're going to play this, we're going to play it properly. That's probably
All
two more.
the world has fallen to Kairos, and now the Overlord's eye is on the Tiers, our home. The last corner of the world free of Kairos' reign. Two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, march south from the Northern Empire, the last realm to fall to Kairos a century prior. In the early days of 428, Kairos' armies arrive at the Gates of Judgment, the mountainous border that we Tiersmen so long believed unassailable. Unable to agree on a unified plan of defense, the various leaders of the Tiers sit and wait for each other to deal with the conquerors, until it's too late.
Okay. During the conquest, you'll decide your character's actions during Kairos. Yeah, you already said that. Each choice, blah blah blah. Sure, we all know how RPGs work. Okay, that's kind of neat. The Bastard City stood on the northern border between Kairos' empire and the Tiers. Built upon a natural harbor at the crossroads between realms, the city was a nexus of commerce. To the Tiers, it was the center of all wealth. To a northerner, it was little more than a backwater trading post. Its symbolic status as a gateway to the continent made it a natural first target in Kairos' military conquest. Circumstances were ideal for you to prove your worth as a soldier in Kairos' armies. But I thought I was like a judge guy. Taking the city would send a message to the rest of the Tiers: Kairos' will is insurmountable. Okay, depending on what you decide here, a map might not be available or completely different than with other decisions. Oh, cool. This feels a little bit like the Caesar campaign, you know? We have the civilian option and the military option. Gate of Judgment. Both armies sent their forces to prepare the way. First major engagement of the war, Kairos' armies crossed the mountains and established a foothold. Yeah, let's go with that. The armies of Kairos took the battle to the Gates of Judgment, trumpeting the opening call of the conquest of the Tiers. The two armies, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, brought their distinctive sense of order and chaos to the assault. You went to battle alongside the army whose approach best suited your strengths. There is disciplined training, superior breeding. I mean, that, you know, sounds like something, right? If we take that with a certain... You rushed with the chaotic mass of the... Yeah, no. Let's have breeding and discipline, right? The Bastard City learned too late that the military is earned and never bought. The mercenary army quickly found themselves outclassed by the superior tactics and formation of the Disfavored. Those few who lived to the end of the battle were rounded up, the weak executed, and the strong enslaved to haul the army's wagons on the journey south. Alright. You decided the fate of enemy soldiers captured in battle. The mouse overread words for additional info. Okay. Feeding the host, you found a way to feed Kairos' army in enemy. That is boring, right? Let's judge the enemy. That is much more exciting. I mean, we know who Kairos is, so that's fine. Well, I guess we can have some background lore. He's a name out of legend. The Overlord, blah blah blah. You know, it reminds me of that terrible Brandon Sanderson book, Mistborn, which also starts with like the bad guy having won and being called like the Overlord or something like that. I really did not like that book. The most powerful mystic the world has ever seen. Kairos can issue edicts, magical proclamations, level cities, spread pox, sunder the lands, or change. Oh, okay. A bit of a pharaoh type. Okay, the soldiers of the Tears fell by the hundreds, and Kairos' armies could not agree on how to handle what few survivors they dragged back to the camp. Befitting your role, the commanders turned to you to decide the fate of those who occupied prison pens. There were only enough prisoners to support the plan of a single army. That doesn't make a lot of sense. The disfavored want slaves to hold their gear, dig latrines, keep their pallets warm at night. I mean, you know, who doesn't need that? You consign the survivors' battle to their subservient role among Graving Ash's noble troops. Blah blah blah, fill up the vanguard. Yeah, no, we're definitely going with this one. Hey, Worm. How's the capital doing these days? Oh yeah, the Lord Ruler, you're right, that is it, kind of thing. If you mean Berlin, then it's very warm and very pleasant at the moment. It's really beautiful weather. It's almost a bit too beautiful to be sitting inside streaming, but I did make Franco a promise and got to get some momentum going. Wounded and demoralized by prior defeat, the soldiers of the Tears put up minimal resistance to their new status in Kairos' military. The disfavored enjoyed the luxury of putting others to work, but didn't allow themselves to grow soft, turning away from menial duties and focusing instead on a rigorous training regimen that left them alert and eager for combat. You give the Tears slaves their first assignment. Oh, I guess the Tears slaves. Digging a mass grave outside the gates of judgment, where a cloud of flies marked the passage of Kairos' army. The armies of Kairos amassed around the Bastard City, the first bastion of the Tears to fall. Both armies longed to storm the walled outpost, the Scarlet Chorus howling for plunder and the disfavored forming an unbreakable shield wall. Your prowess on the field of battle had carried them this far, but there was one more step before total victory. Both of the armies had inspired schemes to take the Bastard City. Which did you support? Now we have 3 options. And it gives me ability, Warrior's Respite, stand your ground in the face of defeat. Okay. Abilities, Searing Palm. You can do fire damage. Will make a proper need out of me. Yeah, I mean, yesterday a friend of mine invited me to go clubbing, and normally I would take that, but I had been streaming all day, and or, well, at least for a good couple hours, and I was feeling very lazy and warm, cat-like, so I declined. So I'm already sliding into need territory. Concealing shadows. Blah blah blah, increased chance of missing. I don't know, this seems good, but that also seems good. But I would like to have something that will make me regenerate health, because I'm probably going to be really bad at this game. With heroic courage and legendary determination, the disfavored battered the gates of the Bastard City to splinters. Those who fell under the consistent hail of arrows or cascades of boiling pitch left the battlefield temporarily, only to appear hours later as Archon Graving Ash's protection healed their numerous wounds. In time, the gates gave way and Kairos' forces spilled inside the city walls with resounding cheers of victory. Alright. Bastard City settled into a new state of normalcy, with every tower displaying Kairos' banner. Your name was whispered alongside rumors of a decorated career to come. The armies divided into 2 fronts and migrated south. Tugang sent word that you were to join the next frontier of Kairos' conquest, either as judge and overseer of the settlement of Lethian's Crossing, or as a war advisor, with the armies advancing into the realm of Apex. So Apex is the mountain realm blah blah blah. Biding their time as their neighbors fell. Or Lethian's Crossing, deposits of iron, a strategic war asset. Forge-bound smith mages of exceptional skill. Tugan the Adjudicator, Fate Binders. We're kind of going in the judge direction, right? So I think we'll do that. Oh man, that is, there's a lot of reading here. Years ago, Lethean the Bold founded a small merchant town at the intersection of ancient old walls. A pact between the settlers and a mercenary company meant that caravans were able to travel without fear of bandits or bane, and the town thrived in modest insignificance. Lethean's crossing drew Kairos' attention for the iron deposits in the surrounding hills. With the region under Kairos' control, the northern smith mages could set up workshops to refine ore and arm the disfavored with the finest weapons in the known world. The Archon of Secrets dismantled the mercenary support with a generous bribe, taking the crossing in a bloodless victory. Tungon dispatched you to travel alongside Kairos' forces and bring order to the region. Cool. I didn't know that this setup is going to be this involved. The iron must flow. The Archon of Song's power ensnared the mind of a disfavored soldier. That sounds kind of exciting. Arcane Charm to lure locals into joining Kairos' army. Blah blah blah. Okay, needed to be stopped. Cease her recruitment practices and violently subdue her cult of followers. You sent the latest batch of cultists to the front lines of the Apex campaign. Those who survived were welcome to remain in the military and they performed to send a testimony in Siring's effectiveness. Yeah, I'll take that. That sounds more interesting. Your resolution fit their traditional model of conscription, so they considered it a fair alternative. In the weeks to come, more of them returned to active duty than even Siring herself expected, likely owing to their obsessive devotion to the Archon and her enchanting music. Alright. Oh wow, there's even more options. A forge-bound mage swore allegiance to the Scarlet Chorus, who protected the city from the attacks of arcane predators. Mystical predators from the nearby old walls began to raid it at all hours. The city required protection, have to delegate responsibility. You make the Scarlet Chorus do it. Yeah, I mean, we've been going with the disfavored so far, right? So we'll do that. Oh. Takes the full force of the Scarlet Chorus to repel the attack. Cool. Tragedy struck on a mercenary hired by the Voices of Nerat, which is... Alright, that is the Archon of Secrets. Injured a forge-bound artisan, leaving him unable to practice his craft. Tungon ordered the mercenaries to leave the city in the hands of Kairos' more responsible servants. Only a token garrison could be left behind while the armies returned to the front. As the disfavored and Scarlet Chorus showed increasing tension and hostility towards each other, Tungon decreed it best that only one force control the crossing. So who controls it? It's of course the disfavored. Blah blah blah. The larger force than needed, protecting them through agenda. Relieved at the departure, the citizens of Lethean's Crossing felt they got the least of two burdens. That's probably good. Received a word from Graving Ash, thanking you for your decision. We don't let the Voices of Nerat have it. That's very sensible of us. Now what? Kairos' forces congratulated themselves on bringing order to the settlement. That's nice. The army front advanced further into the tiers. Your skills were needed in the realm of Azure, Stalwart, or the Vellum Citadel. Azure is... Can you even tell us anything about this? Yes. The Nation of Azure, okay. Stalwart, the most formidable realm. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the treasures, the knowledge, the secrets, that's gotta be it, right? Also because the rest doesn't really have any writing associated with it. The Vellum Citadel was an archive and library of massive scale. Its inhabitants were known as the School of Ink and Quill, a circle of mages that, centuries ago, carved out their own mountainous refuge on lands unsettled by the other major realms. Legends said that the Citadel housed a treasure trove of arcane knowledge. The Overlord's spies infiltrated the school and confirmed as much. The time was ripe to send a detachment to the Great Library Fortress, and force the scholars to yield to Kairos. Reminds me a bit of the Pathfinder overworld. Yeah, it does. I've only played the first Pathfinder game a little bit. I've been actually meaning to play the Pathfinder stuff more, because it seems pretty fun. And the whole Pathfinder system is not bad either. I mean, I'm definitely a D&D 5e guy, but I do like Pathfinder too. And Pathfinder has that kind of RPG nostalgia factor going on as well. So we have more Siren Song. Peaceful Surrender turned bloody. I feel like this is the one that like Jake would do, but I'm going to do this one. Siren Archon of Song used her power to enthrall enemy mages who crept beyond the Citadel walls. After Kairos' forces rounded up the arcane practitioners, the disfavored began executing the new captives before they could share dangerous knowledge. A crime under Kairos' law with the Scarlet Chorus. I played it for 80 hours and only made it to level 12 out of 20. Yeah, that's the thing. I've played it for like 10 or something just to get a little bit the sense of it. And that was the first one. I did it is that Kingmaker? Or is that the other one? Whichever one the first one of the two is. But I liked it. I just somehow didn't get around to continuing it. Sage's mouths will be bound with iron bridles. I mean, that's kind of exciting. You punish the disfavored for executing mages, order the blah 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 as her personal bodyguards. I like this idea of iron bridles. That speaks to me, I guess. No pun intended. As the disfavored fitted the sages with their restraining masks, the Scarlet Chorus openly criticized the suppression of enemy intelligence. I mean, that makes sense, right? You give the soldiers a stern lesson on Kairos' laws and the sensitive treatment of forbidden knowledge, but that didn't stop the whispering and rumors that the conquest was being mismanaged. Oh no. Wait, what are the options? Suspicions arose when sages surrendered, or Siren composed songs of strength and provoked bloody slaughter. Let's have this. A group of enemy mages surrendered to the disfavored, claiming to be spies loyal to the voices of Narat. No one in the army could verify the claim. The disfavored ready to interrogate the mages, but the Scarlet Chorus protested, demanding that the prisoners be given to their custody. They couldn't risk the voices of Narat's secrets falling into the wrong hands. Mages are disfavored property. You ignore them, sharply reminding them they march as Kairos' orders and not their own whims. The mages are released into the custody of the Scarlet Chorus. I mean, honestly, doesn't seem to be much between these options. What to do? I mean, we've kind of gone with these guys so far, right? So you took time poring over the mage's confiscated documents, finding no blatant messages to the voice of Narat or anyone else. You resolved to question the mages yourself. When you reached their cells, you discovered the bodies, each of them slaughtered in a grisly display. Tense discussion and accusations followed, but with no evidence to suggest a responsible party, you were forced to let the matter drop. Okay. Crestfallen by the preferential treatment you showed the disfavored, the Scarlet Chorus retreated deeper into the mountains, leaving your detachment with a skeleton crew. Tungon sent word that Kairos' patient had run thin. The Overlord would cast an edict of fire on the enemy. An edict, I guess. The parchment arrived in a slender case of engraved iron, written on it the words of a spell powerful enough to destroy the Vellum citadel. You had the choice of when to read the edict. Reading it at sunrise would offer your enemies no warning of the devastation to come. You could also wait until sunset, giving them ample time to flee or make amends. Give the enemy no quarter, blah blah blah. Or warn them and meet them, warn them of their doom. I mean, I don't play the evil version, right? So you confronted the mages with a warning and hoped the message was received. The hour before sunset, numerous figures were spotted fleeing the citadel. As the sun dipped under the horizon, you read the words of the edict. The earth shook and red-orange light glowed in the foundation of the sprawling citadel. Bubbling up from under the library, a torrent of lava heaved with explosive force, gushing from windows and between loose bricks, melting winding trenches in the surrounding land. Days later, the flames still raged on, the conflagration continually fed and renewed by the power of the edict. That's dramatic. The armies of Kairos left the devastation of the Vellum citadel in silence. From that day forward, the Tears came to know the once noble citadel as the Burning Library. This is an undisputed loss of resources, knowledge, culture, and life. When a message has been sent, the Overlord will not tolerate defiance. You didn't have long to rest before Tugam called you into service once more. You were one of the last to depart from the mountains. As you journeyed off, you spotted a few campfires in the mountains. They were mere specks, dwarfed by the inferno. The last gasps of survivors, or perhaps looters from Kairos' army, bored and daring enough to pick through the ashes. That doesn't sound that interesting. What's going on? Okay, we're done. Finally, good. Yeah, let's not replay any of that. Let's just go with it.
The year is 431, and Kairos' invasion has shattered all major opposition in the tiers. The Younger Realms, the Bastard Tier, the Free Cities. All who defied Kairos lay broken by battle, or bowed in surrender. The two armies of the Overlord, the Disfavored and the Scarlet Chorus, now control our lands. But our will is not yet extinguished. Not entirely. In the Valley of Vendrian's Well, those of us unwilling to bow to Kairos have banded together in defiance. Violating an oath of surrender from 2 years prior, we have staged a bloody uprising, murdering the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus garrison in a midnight assault. With their main forces spread across the tiers, the Disfavored and Scarlet Chorus redeploy to Vendrian's Well to crush the resistance. But months pass with no definitive battle. As disagreement and discord paralyze the Archons, we bide our time and wait for our message of insurrection to spread across the tiers. The Overlord is not amused, and Kairos has one message for the Archons: crush the Oathbreakers or die. Kairos backs this threat with an edict, a magical commandment that can slay all in the valley should the order be ignored. The honor of proclaiming this edict fell to you. Sent across the mountains to Vendrian's Well, you carry the Overlord's edict to read before the Archons. As you finally make your way through the winding mountain passes into the valley, the ground trembles, and Kairos' magic seals the way behind you. You are trapped in Vendrian's Well, with Kairos' armies and the Oathbreakers. The only way to survive is to fulfill the terms of the Overlord's edict, in any way that you can.
Oh, here we come into true RPG territory. It even has the same kind of cursor thing that Baldur's Gate had, I think. Yep, that is cool. It's not voiced, okay. Kairos the Overlord be praised. When I heard the avalanche, I feared the valley was sealed with you on the other side. Commander wouldn't say why the governor of Lethian's Crossing would be coming, which I guess is also highlightable, yes. But since we have no forges here, I imagine you're here to knock some sense into the voices of Narat. She catches herself. I mean, mediate with the Archons so that we might agree on a plan to wipe out these Oathbreakers. Disfavored. Gain major favor. So I take it this is like the kind of thing where because I pick the Disfavored a lot, I get this particular answer. But I guess it explains it here. Blah blah blah, who may interject, the choices you make change how the story develops, build a reputation, yeah, that's always that way. Even your gender may open options for you in dialogue, that's quite something nowadays. Yep, we get that. Each character who speaks to you will display a banner beneath their portrait, yes. Oh yeah, that shows like who they're associated with, right, okay. That makes sense. You'll often see the names of important characters and locations displayed in a gold text color. The tooltips will invite you, and then that means that this is not an important thing because it's in green. I'll take that as it is. Ah yeah, and here's like, because you have high lore, you can say this. And you always should do the options that are unlocked by something, right? And you hear that hum in the air, that glow around the rocks. The avalanche is Kairos' magic. The Overlord has sealed the valley. Your senses see more than mine, good Fatebinder. I do not pretend to know much about such things. But if that was Kairos' magic and you're here on important business, well, you don't have to be the Archon of Secrets to guess that you're here to proclaim an edict. What does Kairos have in store for the enemy? 10 years of festering plague? An edict of twisted bones? They come bearing an edict of Kairos. Our soldiers will complete their task or die. The edict is leveled against us, but the Scarlet Chorus prevents us from taking action. Why would the Overlord punish both of... Forgive me, it's not my place to question. We should have conquered the enemy within weeks of arriving in the valley. The delay reflects poorly on all of us. In minor rank, in minor favor. Ah, okay, so this is what does that, I suppose, yes. Let's go for that. If following orders and killing the locals will save our lives, you don't have to tell me twice. I sure hope you don't have to tell the Archons twice either. Still, this is all coming from the fire starter, the Fatebinder that made the fire bubble up from the soil and reduced the Vellum Citadel to ash. So you'll forgive me if I'm still terrified all the same. Well, you've traveled a long way, I won't keep you further. I'm sure the Archons will want to hear from you at... Did you hear that? More runners, third time this week. The Oathbreakers keep trying to send messengers through the mountains to gather help from outside the valley. But they're a bit late for that now. Come, let's show these Oathbreakers a good fight. Okay, so I guess now we get our tutorial fight. Don't know how it works, but we're just going to do whatever it is that we normally do here. Tyranny has pausable real time. Okay, so that's Baldur's Gate logic. Don't manage more than one character at a time. It's a good idea to pause the game, issue orders, resume real time to see the orders play out. The options menu contains many choices are automatic pausing when certain conditions are met. Yeah, that's always important in these things. Space bar, cool. Basic attacks using their equipped weapon, which is what? Camping supplies, formations, party members, stealth toggle. Yeah. Thrust, shield slam, hobble. Okay. Characters with special abilities. Yeah, so I guess this is like just a basic attack with the weapon. When characters selected, their ability bar displays their hotkeyed abilities. Yeah, new abilities. Yeah, sure, that's all clear. All of your character's abilities and spells can be accessed by selecting the category icon at the bottom of the selected frame. Abilities are grouped into talent spells, combo abilities, artifact abilities, reputation abilities, and stances. Okay, I'm not going to remember all of that. Category icons for weapon sets and quick items follow. That's all a little bit too much to take in, so I'm sure we'll figure it out. To use an ability, left click on the ability icon or press the hotkey corresponding. Yeah, okay. Valid targets. You can click on the party portraits. Parry, dodge, endurance, will, and magic are defenses. This is based on all the usual stuff. Character's accuracy. Cool. Hit, critical hit, graze, and miss. Oh yeah, it's one of those systems. Critical hit increases your damage, while a graze reduces it. With each attack, you gain experience in the weapon skill used to make the attack. Even a miss will grant some experience. Moving the chat a little bit so I can actually see this bar a bit better. Cool, okay. Let's unpause and continue attacking as we are doing. Do we control both of you? No, we only control ourselves. Let's shield slam you. there a way of seeing how many hit points this dude has? Ah yeah, okay, I guess the yellow icons would represent the health state. Well, at least I know this from the BioWare RPGs. I love these like low level fights. This reminds me of like the first fight in Baldur's Gate 1 when you have two dudes and they both have like a knife or something and you spend like 20 rounds missing each other. It's really fun. I mean, unironically, it's very amusing. Maybe we can hobble you.
Aye.
Well, that's with the bow? Ah yeah, I guess that makes sense. Well, maybe I'll have you do the work. And I go and shoot my bow. It seems a very weird way of fighting. Like, I run away, I shoot my bow, I run back. And it's not just the rats, I mean it's, although there is also that, but there's also the, you know, the first assassin in the inn. Or like in both the places in Candlekeep. Because this is my health, right? And I have the ability to heal myself like this. Just getting, you know, I don't think this is meant to be a hard fight, but let's just get used to the controls right now. Fascinating. Well, a lot of hit points in these guys. You consider that like the first Baldur's Gate enemies like die if you hit them once. But maybe that's because there's this like system of multiple types of hits. Alright. Cool. Level up. Fatebinder talents. There are 6 categories of talents available for your character. Leadership, defense, power, agility, range, and magic. With each level you gain 1 point to purchase a talent from any of these categories. Cool. Or categories, as they say in Germany for some reason. I've never understood that. Within a talent tree, each tier of talents unlocks based on how many talent points have been spent within that tree. When learning a talent, select its icon and then the save button to confirm your choice. I'm not sure I'm taking that in, but sure. Each companion has their own talent trees with unique abilities. These abilities unlock in the same manner as your character's talents. You spend points within a companion talent tree, further tiers of talents become available. I'm sure that will all show itself. Also, by the way, I turned the gore option on, so I guess that's what we're seeing here. So did I already level up? Is that what they're saying? Or is that something that will happen? Journal. Spell creation. Well, we'll figure it out.
I got it.
I think you can fit through the rubble.
I can't.
Yes,
Can't do that.
Okay, a rock slide blocks the path ahead. You can squeeze through an arrow. Oh, there's like these kind of event or quest kind of events that you can do something. Squeeze to the gap. I have to push boulders out of the way. 30 athletics. Does this imply that I have 30 athletics? Oh, I can't click it now. Yeah, let's be bold. Nice. Okay, now I can control... No, I can still not control this. Since I'm at a distance, I will start with the hobble. Whee! So where did the other character
Can't
go?
do that.
Doesn't seem that there's a way to pan the screen further right. Oh, there is. Never mind. That's a bit easier. I actually see something here. Category? Yeah, no, I mean, I'm talking about like Germans when they speak English. Like, all my German colleagues in previous workplaces always say category when they speak English, not when they speak German. It's one of those like German English things. Like saying Berlin instead of Berlin. Wow, I'm doing all of 1 slashing. Critical hit is 4 slashing, amazing. We're clearly gonna be here a while. No, I'm streaming, go away. Sorry, that was my husband. Alright, that's that. Who are you anyway? Don't bother with me, go down to the pass. Drastus. Here.
Right.
Loot a mushroom or something. What's going on here? What do we see here? Ooh.
Try and catch me, worm.
Young Scarlet Fury weaves around the Vendrian Guard attackers, avoiding their weapons with fluid grace, which is... Ah, that's the Scarlet Chorus one. The Vendrian Guard is the Apex guys. I like that this is so much text that it's cut off. This one's crazy. Too much lead in her water. We should cut our losses and turn back.
Fate finder. Here at last. Here to join me in putting these cowards out of their misery.
Let's do it.
Heads up, we have company.
What abilities does she have? Skewer. Fire. Oh, okay. Let's do that. Oh, that turned out to be overkill.
Will do.
Nice.
On it.
What on earth?
They won't even get close.
So she has 1000 strikes, -6 armor, all stolen. What? I don't get what that means. Or she can have better dodge. I mean, she's not doing too great. Can I switch her stance? Seemingly not. Can I give her a healing potion? Yes. And then I will do something or other. I'll just attack. Ooh. Alright, so we helped the disfavored battle the Vendrian Guard. Defeat the remaining, we got 33 experience. And we get to go do whatever it is that we're doing.
I can tell you didn't spend the conquest in a diplomat's tent.
I thought I had picked that I was a diplomat, but never mind.
I'm Verse, by the way. But there are more important things to take care of than introductions. Those Vendrian Guard we killed didn't come alone.
Mm-hmm.
The The voices of Nerat told me to intercept you at Edgering Ruins before you busied yourself solving all of the camp's problems. Guess I was too late. You're due for a meeting with the Archons, but we should handle the small matter of this ambush first. My guess? The Vendrian Guard are testing our strength in battle, learning how we perform before they organize a real offensive. That, or they're really, really desperate to get beyond the mountains and couldn't wait until nightfall. A Scarlet Fury, one of the elite killers of our ignoble gang. You'll see more than a few of us around camp, but don't let that fool you. We're a rare breed. Most of the soldiers in the Scarlet Chorus are little more than farmers and children armed with rusted forks. Makes them easier to control. The voices of Nerat called his best fighters to this siege. There must be something important about Vendrian's well, though don't ask me what. The Archon isn't in the habit of spilling secrets.
So Vendrian's well, blah blah blah. The center of the apex tier realm. Okay. Fair enough. And then we'll do it.
I like that. Before we go, you might search among the remains of our fallen comrades. Wherever they're bound, I doubt they'll miss their boots, much less any rings or any useful iron they might be clutching.
Rings. Okay, so that's the currency. Cool. Gaining average loyalty, gaining average fear.
No
Okay,
reason to
let's-
pity the fallen. Before long, we might wish we'd joined them here. But at least we'll enjoy heavy pockets and warm toes. For the voices of Nerat!
Well, that's cool. So I guess that is an invitation to loot. Oh, what is this? A Scarlet Fury helm, a lesser healing potion, a scroll with a lesser sigil of reaching grasp, but I don't have enough lore, and a piece of hide, which I guess is worth something. Ooh, oh, that's it does have mass looting. That's nice. I feel like the scroll in this game is a little slow. So I should check my inventory and see how all of this works. There's me, somehow represented by this. And there's verse. That's cool. Kairos' edict, that's right. I need to have that, I imagine. So how do I find this loot that I just got? And what do I do with it? Can I just grab something? All equipment. Ah, okay, it's here. So I have a 4% deflection. This is 5% deflection plus 3 accuracy. Ah, okay, so and then if you look below, it will automatically tell you what the difference between the two things is. So I should actually use this thing, which also looks kind of cool. That's fair enough. And hide is just worth something. There's a scroll, which I cannot use. Can she use it? Nope, she's not a spellcaster either. We have something called Waking Death. Guaranteed to revive the imbiber with a fraction of their full health. I don't know what this 60... I guess it's 2 big rings, 60 small ring value. Something like this will revive when defeated for 120 seconds. So I'm guessing they do this automatically and then you get back up if they kill you. Kind of thing. I'm gonna assume that that is how this works. We can do something for you. No. Sun Soldier's Javelin. I'll take that. But I don't think I'm using a Javelin at the moment.
Sorry, I can't.
No, is there a way to make the scroll a little faster? You also set the auto pause because this is always what I remember from Baldur's Gate, very important. To auto pause on character attacked. Probably low health, not being effective. Combat start. Stop party movement. Target destroyed. Combat into slow motion. That's fine. That's probably fine. An object found. Yes. Yeah, that should probably about do it. Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything about the screen scroll speed, so we'll just deal with it. Anything to loot here? Does it have tab? Or yep, it does have tab. That's cool. Alright, we should be vigilant and deal with the remaining Oathbreakers in the pass. This seems like a suicide mission. What we've learned from the other prisoners, the runners are instructed to escape the valiant drum of support for the Oathbreakers' cause elsewhere in the tiers. I don't know who they'll think will listen to their pleas. We've smashed every army, fortress and self-proclaimed ruler these lowborn tiersmen have to offer. Perhaps they think the wild beasts will rally to their side. His favorite victory has soaked them with fear. If we had more thoroughly destroyed them, we wouldn't be having this problem. Yeah, let's go with that. We lost this war years ago. This is little more than the last gasp of a dying people. How long still to go? You're almost to your destination. Once we clear the pass of the enemy, just head south down the foothills. From there, should be just a matter of hours to the encampments. Alright. Climb down, jump down. Now let's not get a wound. Let's see what's going on here. Is anything going on here? Yes. Abandoned memorial. This memorial has been left to weather the elements for many months and has fallen into disrepair. Small weather-beaten enclosure with a rusted torque inside. Number of small grooves, okay. Oh yeah, here's also like a high lore requirement. Well, fair enough. Got a fish, which makes you quick, of course. That's some classic RPG logic for you there. Is this a thing? No, that's it. Right, we knew that. Loot you. Potion of protection for 300 seconds. What does that stolen mean? +2 armor stolen for 300 seconds. Does it like imply you take it from someone else? +2 armor penetrated by attacks for 300 seconds. Not sure, but we'll figure it out. So is this the way out? Go on, leave me. Fine.
Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, you'll figure it out. Claiming its victim, that's cool. So where's actually the exit here?
Can't do that.
There's somewhere I am meant to go at this point. It's also cool. I guess we can go around, okay? Eyes forward, no looking back. This Falks. Okay, that's a curved blade, that's cool. Stand aside or your funeral will be over the side of the bluff. I applaud your bravery, but I implore you to end this foolishness and lay down your arms. Not a chance. At least you can drag some of Kairos' chosen along our short journey to the void. Scarlet Chorus reinforcements, hurry! Okay, so conveniently they will occupy those guys. Run down the Oathbreakers, let none escape! There's a blood chanter. This is all very sort of... I don't know, it has a bit of a... I don't know Warhammer very well, but it feels like it's a sort of Warhammer type thing. A red glow surrounds the Vendry Guard warriors as the chanter's magic worms its way into their minds, blinding them with rage. Hold position, all of you! You there! Keep to the path! The soldiers turn their attention to the Scarlet Chorus, roaring challenges. No, don't engage them! We need to run! Okay, so they have like a sort of taunt ability. Let's have her do something useful. Now she only has this stance. I don't quite know how that works yet, but we'll figure that out. Let's start with this. She has joined your party. I thought that had already happened, but apparently not. She's a capable warrior, skilled in both melee and ranged combat. As you acquire companions, you will need to balance their strengths against the strengths of your character to be successful in combat. Possible to adventure alone, you will find the game more rewarding with a well-balanced party. Sure. Any commands you issue now will affect both party members. Yeah, that's all cool. Also enable their AI and have them attack and use their abilities automatically. Yeah, but you kind of never want to do that too much, right? AI settings, cool. Stance abilities. Stance are modal abilities, meaning they can be toggled on and off. Only one can be active at a time when a stance is deactivated. What has stances again? Isn't that like, JoJo? I've never actually read that, but I feel like that is something that has stances, because I remember everybody talking about it. When stance is deactivated, all stance abilities enter cooldown for a short duration. Okay.
We can do this!
Yep. Did she actually do this thing now, or what? I feel like she did not. You skewer. You oh, there's a lot of weapon ineffective going on. I wonder why that is, because we are in fact hitting. It's a little confusing. Strange. Well, let's shield slam this guy. First is already taking a ton of damage, so that's probably not really great. Let's heal her up a little bit. Cool. I'm not doing an overly great job here. This is a different stance. 1000 strikes. Bonus damage will be stored. So is this now happening or not? I'm a little confused by this. Range 14 meters. Sets foes on fire. Sure, let's try that.
This is useless! I should try something!
Doesn't seem that useless.
Damn thing couldn't pierce it!
Okay, so she seems to be having trouble with that. Inflicted on an enemy, causes enduring damage. Crush between the teeth, rot spear seeds increase the soldier's might. Frenzied rage, that's cool. How much health does she have left? 40 out of 100. Oh, she can do one more, right? Yeah, let's have her heal again. I'm gonna heal very much from that. Not going amazing. Ah, that's like a stun attack. I see. We are learning things here. We are learning things. This just applies to me, I guess. Probably want to... Can we get her out of there in some fashion? Alright. Mainly thanks to the other guys, but sure. You know, good enough for government work, right? Come quick, we have a situation on the cliffside. They have the commander. I mean, that's cool, but I'd rather loot first.
Aye.
That looks good. Anything else here that we should care about? Also, I guess we automatically get our health back after each battle. That's pretty nice. What was it? Several skulls bleached by the sun and picked clean by carrion bird are spiked on a roughly hewn post. Only heraldry they need. Weapons and armor. Yeah. Got a head wrap. Which I guess is an actual item. And fruit. Because, you know, I have your vitamins. Symbol of the Scarlet Chorus smeared in blood. Yeah, okay. Get the idea, I think. They're like rough guys. Take everything for now. We're going classic RPG hoarding. Will draw attention to me. Okay, this person is like malingering or something. Let's see if any of this stuff is better. Less disengagement, less deflection, better crush, whatever armor. That doesn't seem necessarily very good. A lot of healing potions that I can give her. A head wrap is probably not very good. She doesn't actually have anything. Okay, so we'll give her a head wrap. I'm glad that it doesn't show like on the character. That's always annoying when you have like ugly helmet things there. These horde boots are also better, it seems. Yeah, my helm is old helm that is better than her old stuff. Slash armor, recovery, less deflection, so they have like a lot of like really heavy armor stuff. That doesn't necessarily seem super useful. We have Red Rivers is a weapon, Gut Seeker is a weapon, or we can throw... Oh yeah, I guess we can have javelins as a sort of backup throwing weapon or something. Why not? Any of this interesting to me? I don't know what the use of this thing is. It's, I guess you can sell it. This is bad. Okay, cool. That should do the job for that. There's always a lot of this in RPGs. Stow your weapons or we find out how long a man screams before hitting the ravine down below. Skewer him, worrying out for me, Graving Ash will protect. You heard the man, he plainly invited you to use that little blade of yours. What are you waiting for? Permission from your pimp? This blade? You're so eager to see your ally dead, just step closer. Okay, so we could do this. Wrest the knife from him, because we have high athletics. That would make everybody happy, so let's try that. The Oathbreaker cracks a wide smite, you lower your weapon. That's right, now the rest of you, drop those weapons. With his attention on the other warrior to dash forward, he reaches out with his dagger to slay him, but your hand is already on his wrist. A wrenching twist, you mango his hand, dropping the dagger harmlessly to the ground. The warriors rush forward from either side of you, barely manage a strained gasp before being hacked and impaled. Rude stuff. Kairos be praised, that Oathbreaker fought with the rage of Cairn himself. The Archon of Stone. Okay. Thank you, Fatebinder. I thought today was my last. From the look of it, guess they thought if they swarmed the pass, maybe one might make it out. They find a few scraps of parchment on the bodies. Uh-huh. A student of letters such as yourself should be able to make sense of this. Well, let's have a look then. Repeating the same messages in different written scripts, the parchments explain the Vinrian Guard's desire to overthrow Kairos' Archons, rout their armies from the tiers. Pages aren't addressed to any specific reader, but rather openly advise all who remain loyal to the Younger Realms to gather at Vinrian's Well. The Younger Realms being the Realms of Azure, etc., etc. The major political factions of the tiers. Okay. Recruitment material. Well, we kept them from slipping out of the valley. Whatever they hope to accomplish, I think their plan died here. The Archons are expecting you. When you're ready, leave by the gate to the southeast and follow the trails downslope for a few hours. You'll see the campfires leagues away. Can't miss it. That's cool. And as usual, they let me loot it, including having something that gives me haste, perhaps? Okay, yes, that seems to be giving me... I'm not sure what that did. Yes? No? Did that change anything? Yeah, it changed it. Changed dodge. Okay. That's good to know. We have an agate. We have a water skin. I guess I should like give myself these like refreshment items and stuff. Just in case that's actually any use. One resolve. Give myself a fish. Because why not? A potion of protection. And this. Nice. I assume that that will do for that. Okay, I don't have the subterfuge to deal with this locked thing. That's a shame. But I can open the barrel, which has a sky cap. It's funny how all these RPGs are the same in that regard. Glory to Graven Ash. I do not doubt it. Talk to any of these guys? Yes. The prisoner says his name is Tarkis Demos. And I don't think this is a complicated matter. He dies. His family is being a driving force in the Vendrian Guard. Killing him should demoralize whatever's left of the Tarkis clan. All must be given a chance to find absolution in service to the Scarlet Chorus. You know full well this has always been our way. He has a chance to be a slave or a soldier. Only then do we feed him to the pigs. I let you take prisoners, but you can't control them. You send these conscripts out on patrol and they never return, defecting all over again. I can't let this nonsense strategy continue. I insist this Oathbreaker be taken to the Voices of Nerat, leaving us at an impasse. Fortunately, we have a Fatebinder here to settle the matter for us. So, what say you? What should become of this prisoner? Yeah, so we just basically have to choose between one of these factions. But you know, they are Oathbreakers, right? That's kind of like... It's reasonable that you let someone surrender, but if they then surrender and then they like renege on that, that's kind of not good. So like, bye to them. The Tearsmen can't be trusted. Rakes, thieves and whores, nothing more. We were far too merciful the first time. Have this one tied up. He and his friends can watch each other rot in the sun. I won't keep you here any longer, Fatebinder. I know you have important business in the valley. For the glory of Kairos. Alright. So that gives me some more lore stuff. Oh yeah, these guys are just generic commoner types. Yeah, right, exactly right, Kaladin. He broke his oath. I guess it's reasonable to let someone surrender, right? But if they then go back on that, then, you know, what is that worth? For some reason I have a hard time here finding my way. Which way are we going? This way, I presume. Anything of interest here? Are you interesting? Are you interesting? I'll leave my knife out to rust. Great. That will really improve it. No, I did not, of course, pay any attention whatsoever to where I'm supposed to go now. I get this sense that this is an enclosed area. We're supposed to go back up. They did say something about where it was, but I wasn't really paying a lot of attention to that.
Sorry, I can't.
Is it back here? That doesn't make a lot of sense if it's back here. Oh, is that the exit? I see. We'll figure out the navigation yet. There's something here. How do we get there? All the way around? Oh, this is a gate. That's not incredibly obvious. Is there a guard we should talk about? And we can also talk to the guy himself. You there! End this, I beg you! Look a better warning to others. Finish him, you have suffered enough. Request is granted. Well, let's be nice. That's cool. End of that. And that, I guess, takes us to the overmap. And then there's always the little secret RPG path that you can follow to find something. Climb the wall. Sure. And then we get something that we can't open. Amazing. Incredibly useful. Is this collective? Like, does she need to have more subterfuge, or...? I assume they will count by, like, whatever the highest stat of any of your party members is. That tends to be the way that this works. Okay, but we don't have any benefit from any of that, so we will just... Oh, I do mean both of us. It would be some kindness to come along. I really do like these isometric graphics though, like, this is a pretty high quality version of them. Fairly, more detailed and better drawn than like even Icewind Dale, I think, although it's also a bit more sort of up close. Reminds me a little bit of Divinity, I guess, if a little less cartoonish. Okay, 2 hours 45 minutes. Yes, let's do it. Okay, we are in the disfavored camp. We need to proclaim Kairos' edict to the Archons. Okay, sure. You need to see that, I guess. And there is something happening here. Hail, Fatebinder! Camp's hung up ahead. Don't mind us, just clearing out the rabble. I still don't understand what I've done to offend. I respect that these are now disfavored lands, and I'm happy to give the Legion a proper toll, but she's going on about trading rights. What nonsense is that? I'm not allowed to trade one thing for another? It's not like I'm selling weapons to angry peasants or anything of the sort. Blah blah blah. The Overlord regulates all trade. Yeah, let's be incredibly bureaucratic. That pleases me. A trade permit? Well, how was I mean, to whom would I speak for such a thing? Not us, and not our problem. Maybe march your butt to Bastard City and plead your case before Tungon. We will lighten your burden and relieve you of your wares first. That should make the long trek a bit more bearable. So anything can be argued before too long can be argued before me. Make a very strong argument as to why I should help you. Yeah, why not? What's there to discuss? We should krill this mongrel and... If the Fatebinder wishes to weigh in on the matter, courtesy demands we listen. This is a disfavored matter, but I know the agents of the court do so love to throw their judgments around. It's true, we do love that. Well, you could rob me now and have my supplies today, or you can leave me alive and have fermented honey all year long. I even got a few family recipes for painkillers and healing drafts. Certainly any army will need those. Which does seem like a good thing. Okay, I don't have lore 30, I have subterfuge 30. Curious, I was just hearing about a supply caravan of reagents going missing. These are essential goods to the war effort. Or we have reason to question these items, I shall trust their judgment. Which of these should I pick, do you think? While I have a swig of Arizona. Well, Franconia, I did ask you how much lore would be a good amount. But you didn't tell me. Well, if he's a smuggler, then we can probably go for the subterfuge option, right? I don't see how that relates to me. I mean, I've only just arrived here. I couldn't have been involved in anything like that. So I didn't say that the shipment went missing around here. And I certainly didn't mention when. So start talking. Well, I suppose some of it is looted. Look, I'm just trying to scrap together an inventory to sell. All the tiers have been wrapped up in war, forces a man to get creative with his source of wares. Find most everything out in the forests of the valley. I'd keep my head low when I heard sounds of combat, then I'd take a look and grab whatever wasn't claimed by the first victors. So then you stole from the disfavored dead. How else did you get your hands on that iron? You would come here and sell us our own armaments? If anything has an owner, I'll return it. But the iron would have turned to rust if left in mud of the battlefield. The disfavored are few in number, is that not right? You need a man like me to gather up supplies that would otherwise go to waste. What shall we do here? That is kind of an interesting idea. It seems a little bit like this guy is embezzling, right? De facto. And we shouldn't let him get away with, like, bullshitting, I think. You know, you have to be fair but strict, I suppose. Let's say we'll make him leave his cart. Thank you, Fatebinder. I know others of your ilk would gleefully meddle in our affairs at every opportunity. I hereby reclaim these trappings of the Overlord for use by the disfavored. If you want to live, take 2 steps to your left and don't move a muscle. Alright, so that's that. Now does he have something to say to me? This is all your fault, you Kairos dog. Should we kill him for that? Slow down a moment. I know we're both eager to watch the Archons bicker over tactics like a pair of magpies, but I need to ask you something first. The voices of Ngarat told me that you've come as a mediator. Considering this source, well, I can't help but feel I'm only hearing half the story. So let's have it out. What's so special about you? What else have the voices of Ngarat told you? Only that I could find you in Edgering ruins. Truthfully, I could have picked you out of the crowd. You're the only one of us who hasn't spent the last few months bathing in the stink of the Matangi River. Did the voices of Ngarat ask you to spy on me? Well, are you even surprised? It's the Archon of Secrets. Knowing in advance is his business. So is snatching up any advantage over Graven Ash. Those two compete like a couple of new recruits for a spot around the fire. It's nothing nefarious. The voices is just curious why you're here. That's a little... I mean, if he wanted to know more, you wouldn't be able to suss it out that easily. Could have sent one of his scarier peons in my stead. Well, I'm here delivering edict from Kairos. That makes a crazy kind of sense. Considering how long the siege has taxed the armies, I can understand why Kairos would send you with an edict to speed things along. Have you read it? Do you know what it says? The Archons must claim Ascension Hall, which I'm guessing is the capital, yeah, by Kairos' Day of Swords, or all will perish. One more thing for the Archons to fight over. Well, thanks for cluing me in. If Kairos sends any lightning our way, just tell me when to duck. Just a feeling I got. When the Archons are together, the air gets taut as a bowstring. I can't help but think that no amount of compromise will get them seeing eye to eye. So why invite a mediator from Tugon's court? It doesn't add up. I've been with the Scarlet Chorus since the early days of the Conquest, so I can say it's been building for a few years now. There's an energy about those two, like a pair of storms moving to collide. I heard tell that Graven Ash and the Voices of Nerat shared some bad blood in the Northern Empire, but I don't know any of the particulars. That's absurd. If the Archons cannot put the past behind them, they are unfit to command. Quick to anger, are we? I'm not disagreeing with you, but I would take care where you speak your mind. Someone is always eager to report slander to their favorite Archon. With all the power they wield, those types are not quick to forgive. Alright, the war tent is just past the center of camp. One last thing. Be careful around these disfavored types. They take their work seriously, and most have suffered too many blows to the head. I mean, we all have suffered a few blows to the head in this setting. Of course, we first have to explore the rest of the area, because it is an RPG, and you gotta know what's going on. Apparently we do not go that way. Can we go this way?
Sorry, I can't.
Apparently not. Anything to see here? No, these are just the exits. Okay. Well, look at you. Our gate crasher from the court is still in one piece. Oh yeah, right. That was that Gates of Judgment thing. Welcome to disfavored camp. Always happy to have an honored ally pay us a visit. Graven Ash protects. That he does. Be well, Fatebinder. Glory to Kairos. And we have an addendum here. Kairos demands victory in Venering well. Blah blah blah. Yeah, we knew that. Must personally deliver to the Archons. Find them in the disfavored camp. They are currently meeting inside Graven Ash's tent at the north end of the camp. Ah yeah, so we get immediately a direct introduction with them in person. Hail to you, Guardian of the Law. If you have a few excess rings weighing you down, best unburden yourself before battle. You know that if the disfavored suffer a merchant in their camp, that must be a man selling only the finest provisions and armaments. Take a look and see if something interests you. Does it ever make you uneasy representing the South in an occupier's camp? It did once, but that was before I got the measure of your patron Archon. Tugon speaks with fairness and wisdom. Unlike many of my countrymen, I was able to make this changing of the guard as comfortable as possible. A little treachery can be profitable, merchant. Kairos is in the right, is the right and proper authority of the realm, my lady. There's no treachery in that. Hard work and good suppliers. When Tugon's men came to my village, all the merchants were given different lists of what they were or weren't permitted to trade. In Kairos' wisdom, my record must have been a good one, because I was given the right to trading all manner of goods, and most importantly, arms. Not a lot of merchants can legally sell weapons. It was like that even before Kairos. Alright, so he's like the general sales dude. So we get to figure out how buying and selling works. That is very exciting. Yeah, no. Don't I have like a bunch of random crap that I can sell? Yeah, like an agate. Work? Is this how you sell? No. Or do I have to first put it in my inventory or something? Is that how this works? Oh yeah, okay, it's like that. I see, I see. And so this is 1 bronze ring, 70 copper rings, okay. Classic RPG stuff. Don't hugely care about this javelin. Sell that as well. Have a short bow. Let's see if he has any weapons that are more exciting than my weapons. Is there some way to compare? Bronze sword. Yeah, okay, but I want to know what the stats are. Ah, okay. You can look at that here. That's actually what I already have. You can buy beer. That's nice. Healing potions. That's always useful. Can we afford that? We can afford that. I don't know what camping supplies do. Do we have any of those? Oh, actually, that it's probably a system similar to Pillars of Eternity, right? It looks a little bit like that as well. Leading attacks. Oh, you can... Ah, okay, you can do it here, I see. Immunity to bleeding. That seems relatively useful. Lots of food stuff. That's always typical. This looks exactly like the graying... What does that look like? I have seen this before. Maybe that's also in Pillars. Wouldn't surprise me. Or is that the graying icon in Battle Brothers? It also looks a bit like that, I think. Yeah, let's do it. We always use some healing potions. Anything she can use. She has a bunch of stuff that's probably better than this. Yeah. Guess so. Better DPS. Worse recovery. Worse accuracy. Bronze axe. Spear. This spear seems to be... Is that strictly better than the sword? Because it sure looks like it is. Not that I have the money for that, I guess. No, I don't. Well, actually, no, I do. But I had like sword skills or something, right? Or is that not a thing? Well, let's try that. Do we have any more garbage that we can get rid of? Another javelin. Ah, there's also this thing. Bronze falx. Oh, that's a type of sword. Actually, in that case, never mind. I'll put you away. Put you away. I think I should just equip that. Well, fair enough. Let's do that. We have this thing, which seems to be kind of generally better than what I'm using. Where's my weapon? Here. Ah, oh, that's what it is. It's a two-handed weapon. I hadn't noticed that. That's a fair point. Whereas I'm sword and shielding, right? Can you have a spear and a shield? That wouldn't make a lot of sense if you could. I guess the guy will tell me if that's a two-handed weapon. Yeah. No, it's a one-handed weapon. That's kind of odd, but I'll do it. Give me this spear. There we go. And that gives us some range as well. Who are you? You have a bunch of stuff. That's neat. You like that? There's barrack. This looks like you can... some kind of weapon practice thing. As always, you gotta explore everything before you do your actual quest. Because that's how it works, in my opinion. Bronze Qatar. Don't tell me I just paid a bunch of money for something that's... No, wait, that's not the case. This is more like a dagger kind of thing. That's always like the worst thing in RPGs, that like you spend a lot of money on buying something and then immediately you get something better that you just find somewhere. If I'm not mistaken, Secret of Mana is very big on that. Okay, nothing too exciting over here. All good with me, and you're the armor guy, I'm guessing? Repairing weapons with scrap isn't exactly why I got into this craft, but our supplies are spent. Bronze will do a pinch, don't get me wrong. It can take a beating and get bent back into shape, unlike the stubborn iron we have here. And we always have plenty of tin and copper lying around, so supplies aren't the problem. Which is kind of odd, right? Because historically speaking, one of the main reasons why people switch from bronze to iron is because tin is very rare. It's a rare smith who can churn out military-grade bronze consistently. More often than not, it comes out soft. The ground camp. We're garbing the Legion head to toe in iron because it's cheaper and easier to produce for the masses, exactly. Couldn't do that with bronze. They call the disfavor the Iron Legion for a reason. Strategy and skill may be our backbone, but our claws are made of iron. The good stuff that comes from the smiths in Lethian's Crossing. Oh god, does this game have an iron shortage as well? I'm afraid so. The last shipment sent down the Matangi went missing near Echo Call Crossing. And I'm afraid we won't be seeing any more now that the valley is sealed. Forge-bound iron is Tungon's responsibility. Keep your voice down. Graven Ash doesn't want to cause a panic or pass any information to the Vendrian Guard. Best case scenario, the iron tumbled off a boat and is rusting on a riverbed. Worst case, it ends up in enemy hands. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, right? Because Baldur's Gate 1 is all about, like, the iron shortage, and, like, for the first, I don't know, 20 hours, every commenter tells you about the iron shortage. So that's kind of an amusing thing to see again. If I find myself in Echo Call, I will keep an eye out. As does the Great General, more than you might guess. Maybe he isn't quick to offer his thanks to outsiders, but I know he'll be grateful for your help. It would be a boon to the war effort if our iron was recovered. Yeah, you can trust me to handle this. I knew Tungon wouldn't have dispatched you without good reason. The court isn't exactly known for gambling when the stakes are high. The idea of the evil overlord conquering Bronze Age enemies through having iron is also very interesting, but they do little with it narratively. Yeah, I was thinking, like, that's sort of an opportunity, right? If they do a sort of like, okay, there's a historic transition going on, and like, but then again, you would expect this sort of historical situation where like tin is really rare, and so iron is easy to make, because iron ore is much more common, and that gives you the advantage. Now, of course, we don't know exactly what the course of the, or the cause of the Bronze Age collapse is anyway. But you could imagine something, right? And in a fantasy setting, it would be a really interesting period to pick, I think. You see that? That is how we tell apart our iron shipments from the rest. Inconspicuous, so people don't go snooping around. You want to keep your eye out for these. Good hunting. Okay, so he has armor, exactly as I thought. Not that I have a lot of money. What is this? Oh, that's our camping supplies. I have 42 copper rings. All of this is too expensive. So sucks to be me, I guess.
Not happening.
Yeah, not happening. Fair enough. I mean, there's something like this in Mistborn, right? Where, like, the evil overlord also has some kind of advantage over the rest that helped him win. But honestly, I don't remember exactly what it was, because I was busy not liking the book. Yeah, exactly. He has metal magic, and that's the thing. And then the other guy that's like the main character also has some kind of metal magic. Because it's Brandon Sanderson, it all has to feel like you're playing a video game or Magic the Gathering while you're reading it. Which I'm not always that fond of, to be honest. Main character is a woman. Yeah, but there's the other guy, right? I mean, there's the lady who is like the opening main character as well, but there's also that hero guy that I'm thinking of. Rogue's Leathers. I find it kind of interesting that I have a ceremonial armor, but my ceremonial armor, you know, even though I'm like an important official of the Empire, is worse than any random crap that you just happen to find in camp. That seems a little odd, shall we say? I mean, it makes sense from an RPG point of view, right? But is it good for her? I think we already compared this, right? Oh yeah, I'll give that to her. Why not? Now she can be the Tugon guy. Ceremony, yeah, true, but you know, I'm also being sent to like literally a war zone, so. Stone Shield Helm, worse recovery, worse deflection, worse accuracy, but better armor. So what is more useful, armor or like deflection and stuff? I mean, generally speaking, if most RPGs are anything to go by, you actually want to have a lot of accuracy and deflection. Especially if you don't go for like a super high armor build. That's a golden, yeah, that's why you have moves. I mean, true, but I'm apparently supposed to do a bunch of fighting myself. At least they do this divinity thing where you have a lot of pluses and minuses, and you just kind of gotta figure out yourself what's really worth using. It's not that much strict improvement, which is in a way nice because it's kind of cheesy. On the other hand, it does put a bit of a burden on a new player. You fight, the mooks get hit. I mean, yeah, in fairness, she got hit a lot more than I did. And this, I think, is some kind of weapon. Is that something she can use? Slightly worse DPS, but better accuracy. How can you have worse DPS but better accuracy? Wouldn't accuracy be an input into DPS? Or am I being silly? Right? Because normally DPS is like, this is the actual overall expected result. So why isn't that part of it? In any case, you would expect that you want your DPS to be high. I'm sure we will find out all these mysteries in time. Ooh. But if I open this, it's locked, right? Let's first save the game, because I haven't done that really. Let's see if people get mad if I open
so
this.
hard.
Oh, it's the classic, like, you can loot everything and go on gives a shit. That's good. Very heavy armor. Yeah, so there's lots of really heavy armor stuff. There's a lesser sigil of strength with an accent. Like what kind of accent? Like the German accent? Something like this, you know? Bronze dagger. I guess it's also one of those games where you just loot everything and there's not really any reason to not loot everything. And this bronze dagger has better everything than this spear except the range. You can sleep there. That's cool. Is there anything else I need to know about? Where are you? Ah, there's a healing guy. That makes sense, right? That there would be. Oh, and there's pigus. And deer. That's good. They don't have the thing where you can click on the pig and it will be like, pig has nothing to say to you. I always like that in Baldur's Gate. You can have some of that, whatever that is. That definitely reminds me of something. I think it is Battle Brothers, where the graying also looks like that. More fish. Ah, I can talk to you. Glory to the voices of Narat! Fate binder me. I'm Bitter Quip. I'm here as the emissary of the Scarlet Chorus. Okay. What is it like working with a disfavored? Reporting to the Iron Hag is an insult. She fought one duel for her title. One! Her leadership must be continuously proven, earned, and defended. Weakness should bleed to the bottom of the army, not rise to the top. My assignment here is also an insult, but one I will bear for the good of the chorus. Only to see with my own eyes the failure of the disfavored. That will be a fine day. So I'm going to guess that the lore is like that the overlord guy deliberately promotes these groups competing with each other so that they like don't overthrow him, right? The chorus is the future of the tiers. I feel only derision and pity for those who fear our inevitable ascension. Tell me about the voices of Marat. He is supreme commander and public servant, he who sets us free but directs all. The voices of Marat is the epitome of what each of us can be, a magician without equal, and the leader of uncountable numbers. The voices and the chorus are one, conquering, expanding, growing, changing, always stronger. Glory to the voices! The Doctrine of Strength speaks to me, and I answered its call, as did some of my arcane peers. I took to the chorus almost instantly. Unlike most, I cried not for the life of comfort lost to me. My magic invokes fear and terror, and I easily established my dominance over a pack in my early days in the chorus. If you're so curious about it all, perhaps you should visit our camp and see for yourself. I'm a blood chanter. My magic can turn the will of man in the tide of battle. I've held command for 3 years now, though being forced to keep an eye on the disfavored is not the reward I had envisioned for my service thus far. Jack just blinks and says nothing. Alright. That's very interesting lore, I guess. So half of them are fascists, and the other half are nutcases. Game pause.
See that?
Oh, hidden objects. What is all this about? You've discovered a hidden object. Many areas of Terratus, what a great name for a world, right? It's just Terra, and then you make it faux Latin, and then it's Terratus. Have hidden traps or chests. When discovered, these objects will highlight. Yeah, cool. Scouting mode by pressing L. No, left alt to make finding these hidden objects easier. Left alt. I guess that's that. We get a bunch of stuff that we can sell. That's nice. Maybe I should then go to the armor guy and see if I can buy some of the armor with this stuff. I know I'm putting off continuing the main quest, but that's how I roll. I'm just assuming that he buys this stuff. Yeah, no, he does. So we have 3 and 20 here, and that buys me some stuff. Am I wearing a rogue's leathers? I am wearing a rogue's leather. I'm also an opportunist. I don't know what that means. Somehow this is even worse armor than a rogue's leathers. That's kind of impressive. Okay. But these boots are strictly better. These gloves are mostly better. Guess I will buy the boots if they're strictly better. Recovery, unarmed DPS. I guess that's useful if you do a lot of unarmed. Unarmed attack. That's cool, but we're not really doing that. Anything that you can use? Ah, okay, so these ones are also strictly better for her. So we'll trade that. At least if it's strictly better, I don't have to worry about like whether it's worth buying or not. Let's give her those and give me these, I think. I guess one should always sell the old stuff as well, but we'll worry about that later. I will save it so that I don't have to do all of that again. Cool, now let's actually move on with the story. That's Grave Ash. That's the Voices of Narat. And this is something that we can just loot. It'll be very amusing when the first... Oh, no, they didn't let me loot.
That's 4 reports of avalanches in the mountains now. The Tearsmen can barely count past 9. They have neither the capacity nor the cause to close off the mountain passes. Either way, that leaves the 2nd and 4th cohort trapped outside the valley.
Or it's the work of your perfidious Earthshakers. Only a fool would not suspect a traitorous Archon of poisoning the mind of his students with sedition. We would have killed the Earthshakers Guild for their master's treachery, but I'm sure you have some perfectly valid reason for allowing them to live as your pawns.
Hey, watch yourself. When these two get going, you don't want to get between them.
Interesting, interesting. Yeah.
I always know you've run out of things to say when you resort to mocking my vassals. If we are to speak of treachery, why is it that my scouts see the Scarlet Chorus warriors defecting back to the Vendrian Guard? Your fearsome reputation has gone flaccid, for it seems you cannot control your soldiers, or perhaps you simply choose not to.
My lords, the Fatebinder has arrived. Perhaps we could table this discussion and let our guest speak.
Speaking of strategic failures, who was it that insisted the valley would need only a token garrison? For some strange reason, we can't seem to recall which balding halfwit grossly underestimated the enemy. Thoughts?
Can you hear us, Fatebinder? Cough if we have your attention. Let's do it.
And I thought you had left agents within these Tearsmen when they surrendered. Either you failed to see this coming, or you knew and let it happen. Incompetent or in cahoots, either way, this mess has your filthy stink all over it.
We look forward to seeing you explain to Tunon why the Archon of War could not close the vice on this trivial little insurgency. When we are crowned the ruler of the Tears, we shall have this place renamed to Ash's Folly in your honor.
This is quite tempting. Then there's something called, or someone called the Fifth Eye. They bicker like children, do they not? I meant to say, only say welcome. Welcome to our guest, the Fatebinder. And not a moment too soon. Okay. I have gained favor with him again. Governor, long we have been honored by your ire, now we are honored by your presence. I must apologize for my lord's tempers run high of late. It's funny that Verse seems to not like them all that much. But I'm a diplomat.
Ah, the fire starter has arrived. Welcome, welcome. Our agents tell us such lovely stories of what you did at the Vellum Citadel. Have you come bearing another fragment of Kairos' wrath in tow?
My soldiers tell me you helped Commander Drotus on your way through Eddring. You honor the court with your selfless cooperation, for that is the sort of camaraderie that Kairos demands of us all. It seemed only yesterday you were proving your worth in battle, assisting my warriors in the siege of the bastard city. Now Kairos has chosen you for a second time to proclaim an edict. Tell us, good Fatebinder, what sort of punishment does the Overlord have in store for the Oathbreakers?
Seems you need some encouragement to work together, or we call them incompetent and disarrayed, which Graven Ash will not like, but the voices of Narat will like. Or we just say what we say. Well, let's say they need some encouragement to work together. Earth sways with each word you utter, the air thickening with warmth as you pronounce the tersely phrased commandment, its every syllable drafted by the hand of Kairos. With the edict proclaimed, your pulse quickens and the muscles in your legs, warm from a long trip down the mountains, feel renewed, the tired limbs now nearly buoyant with vigor.
The Overlord means to compel us into action. No doubt the avalanches in the mountains are part of this ultimatum. We must conquer the Oathbreakers or die in failure. There is no room for error, and no other way out of this valley alive. We'll need to advance across the Mittani. We lose everything if we stand still. And we move to backup Plan Green. The Earthshakers didn't make it over the mountain in time. So we do this the hard way. Over the walls instead of through.
So you found your backbone at last! Oh, we were worried past humiliations would make you soft, timid. That was a record for you, right? The baker's dozen lost in one sortie. If you had waited for the chorus reinforcements, maybe we'd have eyes and ears on the matter.
Watch him squirm, swimming tears over replaceable, expendable, useless soldiers. I miss the old Arkham of War. You never see blood echoing a blubbering mess over a few dead killers. He used the knuckle bones of his best disciples for jewelry, and even made a breastplate out of his dead brothers. Okay, nice. Are you too daft at your indecision and bickering? Learn to work together or we're all doomed? It's not very obvious to me why, like, if you say your bickering is a problem, then Graven Ash doesn't like it. But if you say, you know, your bickering is the problem, but in a more polite way, then he likes it. Or we can just piss him off. That's also kind of amusing. I'm gonna do this because it sounds funny.
Thought you had the memories of one of those Oathbreakers rattling about that bronze gourd of yours. Would Kairos' mighty spy master please enlighten this gathering of allies with some scrap of strategic insight?
The Archon of Secrets turns his head to the side until the face of his mask is turned around. A new facet of the mask presents itself as facing forward. Next the Archon speaks, the trembling voice of a younger man can be heard.
Our river was to be the bulwark, but with the tidecasters slain, what hope remains? It's so cold in here. Help me, please.
However, the late Matani Janev, ranking member of the Vendrian Guard. I see.
Our sources tell us the Oathbreakers had some sort of magical trick in store. But this knowledge is tinged with fear, trepidation. If we make a move for the Mittani, we suspect the Oathbreakers will mount a counterattack that is equal parts valiant and futile. That was Matani Yanev, former noble of Apex and one of the leaders of the Vendrian Guard. Back when they were half-respectable enemies that knew how to lose with dignity. When the Guard first surrendered, Yanev presented himself to us. What he knew, we now know.
We can also piss them both off. Let's not do that, but just say that we should get on with it. My lord, Barak and his band have been drilled in the Echo Call assault plan. The Crescent Runner should be briefing him as we speak regarding the latest enemy movements along the river. I will dispatch him at once. Who is Barak? As the commander of the Stone Shields. Okay. And I will ensure the chorus stands ready to march. If the disfavored can take the river, the chorus has the manpower to secure the outer ring of the valley.
Our soldiers clamor for battle, and at last we shall have it. Verse, we command you to continue guarding the Fatebinder. Tunan's chosen is our honored guest, and must be shown our finest hospitality.
I won't let you down, boss. He'll get through the campaign in one piece, as long as he doesn't do anything too stupid.
And, Fatebinder, one last thing. We still haven't forgotten how you handed over our agents to the disfavored just before the burning library sparked into being. We would be a fool to believe that Tunon sent us an impartial Fatebinder, but prove us wrong. Prove us wrong.
Swing by the Scarlet Chorus camp before you get wrapped in whatever errands the disfavored demand of you. The Scarlet Chorus could benefit from your expertise. Okay, so there is another camp somewhere that was already mentioned earlier, I guess. We'll have to figure out where that is. Well, that's fair enough.
Finally, the fool and his puppet are gone. Perhaps now I can hear myself think. Rarely do I question Kairos' judgment, but I will never understand why the voices of Narot is given such authority. I shudder to think what will become of us all should Tunon favor him in the end. Though the edict threatens the Scarlet Chorus just as it threatens us, I cannot shake the feeling that our allies will work against us. You've shown your worth in war, and your name has been known to the Legion since the very beginning of this long conquest. So I'd ask that you join us this one last time, to help us wrap up this last objective. If you wish to be counted amongst the glorious, speak with the Iron Marshal. She will direct the order of battle until we are ready for the final push into the Citadel.
I see, I see. Wait, did that work? Somehow I'm looking at the preview, it doesn't seem to have updated. Is this screen frozen or something? Or is something going on? Or did this all work as it should? Oh yeah, no, okay, it seems to work now. I refresh. Never mind. I'm short a few scouts, short a few soldiers, short a few everything. I'm sure my brethren would be grateful for the assistance of a skilled outsider. And what is the Scarlet Chorus? How will they be helping? Saying nothing. I mean, we gotta do quests, right? I guess that's sort of how this works. I'll be at the training grounds readying the soldiers. Find me there when you are ready. And I'm loath to mention it, the chorus can likely use your assistance. They certainly won't secure the outer valley on their own. Fifth Eye will be somewhere in that rat's nest they call a camp due east. Seek him out if you must. Alright. That is all that done. New quests. So we spoke with the Marshal, or we will speak with the Marshal, rather. We'll speak with the Fifth Eye at the Scarlet Chorus camp. And we still have the missing iron, which I guess is conveniently in the same location. Does he have anything more to say? First time you proclaimed an edict, you gave the enemy a suspicious amount of time to ready themselves. I chalk it up to excessive mercy for a backwards people. But when the edict is against your kin, that order you follow to the letter. You have been a staunch ally of the disfavored since the bastard city. I consider you our ally in the court. My mind is in a poor mood for banter, but if you wish a moment of my time, you may have it. The regiment is small. The conquest has a spread thing. Every league we conquer must be held. I issued the call to assembly, but most of the cohorts remain trapped across the mountains. No bother. Won't be the first time I've had to do much with little. It's not for lack of trying. Earlier in the year, when the chorus were still gathering to the valley, I launched a raiding party to head straight to the citadel. They never made it past the Matangi River. With no disfavored survivors and no chorus scouts with eyes on the situation, I know very little of what occurred. Only that they died quickly. That left me short-handed and in need of more troops, and they've been slowly trickling in from everywhere. I guess I've been guilty of waiting for my numbers to be overwhelming instead of merely enough. I too have questions about that. I have reason to believe that when the garrison was taken, the disfavored were slain not by the Oathbreakers. And though I know it in my bones, I cannot prove the voices of Narat is at fault. It is well known that I can protect my soldiers from harm even if they are beyond my sight. What is less known is that I sense every cut, every kill, every illness. No harm to my soldiers escapes my notice. Of the warriors posted at the Vendrian's Well citadel, only 2 were slain in the uprising, but a few others died later, and horrible, painful magic was involved. My son was one of those who died under such unusual circumstances. Yes, my son Brennix was posted with the garrison, but I felt his death happen, elsewhere after the battle. But all in my legion are family. That he is of my flesh must remain irrelevant. No, I will make no claim I cannot handily prove. Appreciate your sense of duty, but not yet. Okay. I should have known sooner his heart strayed from Kairos. I needed to split our forces, send him to Azure while I tackled Stalwart, but that was a mistake. Without me looming near, he must have felt free to live out his traitorous dream. Cairn, and I guess that's the guy who, oh yeah, that's the Earthshaker Guild guy. Cairn only served us because death was the alternative. He did not admire the unity and progress that Kairos brings. While I suspect Chorus agents may have whispered treachery in Cairn's ear, I think it's wholly possible Cairn fell into disloyalty by his own volition. Cairn's chief disciple Radix now speaks for the guild. It is true that my warriors are a bit apprehensive about our magical allies. Many suspect Cairn's treachery was taught to them. But I have vetted the guild, pruned whom I don't trust, and kept those I can. Our rivalry is an old one. The voices of Narat served Kairos before I did, and I believe he hates me for being of roughly the same status in the eyes of the Overlord, despite being the younger Archon selected to lead an army through the tiers. This war seems to have brought out the worst in us. We've disagreed on strategy at every turn. Perhaps, but I've seen the voices of Narat denigrate me at every turn, especially in front of Tungon. We all know Tungon will one day select Narat or I to rule, and I know Narat is trying very hard to take from me what I've rightfully earned. For the glory of Kairos. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Question is, can we now in fact loot this thing that I wanted to loot? We got the Earthshaker staff, which I guess is it counts as a bronze spear, but it's like a very, very tall one or something.
You learn something every day.
You? Oh yeah, level up. Well, fascinating. I have leveled up. How do I level up? I guess we're gonna find out. With each level you can attribute blah blah blah. Or increase any attribute. Yeah. Sure. Which benefits to your character. Attribute. Okay, so there's attributes. Increases to one or more skills. Cool. Increasing attribute costs 1 point until the attribute score reaches 19. To raise an attribute from 19 to 20 requires 2 attribute points. Yeah, that's sort of a classic, reminds me of 2nd edition strength base, where if you had over 18 you would roll these 100-sided dice. So what do we improve? Vitality, finesse, might. You can kind of see what it affects. Dual wield. I mean, I'm a little bit inclined to go with the Jake approach and just say like, well, you know, there's no arguing with fist, right? Resolve, sure. Finesse, also good for better accuracy. Endurance, defense, ability and spell cooldown. That's more kind of hitting more often, I suppose. I'm just gonna... Wait, how do I do it? Here, that's it. Let's just improve that. So what do I have? Level up bonus, 20% endurance defense, 20% will defense. Getting extra resolve for my edict. And then here I get to level up a talent. So what is all this? So these are like these things I can do, I guess. I can get new ones, or how does this work? Leadership tree. Party gains quick item slots. Marking effect. Bonus accuracy. Additional weapons set and can switch weapons in combat with lower recovery penalty. Benefit from shields. Is that a passive benefit? Yes, I always like passive benefits in games because then I don't have to worry about figuring out how to use them. Palm strike. Agility. Flurry of blows. Feint. Lightfoot. I guess is also passive. Yes. Range. I have hobble. I have escape. Poison dart. Safe distance. That's more for if I want to play the archer. For the moment I don't. Ooh, grants a bonus to the lore skill. Yeah, that could be good for our for what we're doing, right? If old man Franco is to be believed. Let's do that. Give ourselves a bonus to lore skill. And then is she also leveled up? No. And you can do stuff to create spells. Cores, expressions. Don't know what any of that is. So I'm sure that that will show itself. Alright. Time to get on with stuff. Oh, weird that I leveled up but she didn't.
Uh-huh.
Fatebinder, am I right? I'm Sevius, commander and 3rd generation. Disfavored. Specifically, I'm Sevius the Younger. Some folks can't keep track. The rank says commander, but lately I'm just organizing patrols and trying to stay out of the way. You talk to Iron Marshal if you have something official that needs discussing. What is it you need? I'm afraid so. Radix, the head of the Earthshakers, was supposed to arrive with a group of his most competent spell slingers to help break this stalemate. I don't know what's holding up their arrival, and that worries me. If you are at all inclined to lend a hand, we could use some arcane support on our side. So of course we accept a request, right? Because that's how it works. Could you? I knew that Tungon's agent wouldn't fail us in our time of need. I'll mark the last known site of our Earthshaker reinforcements on your map. Good hunting, Fatebinder. It should have been over real quick and simple. The first cohort arrived in the valley and went right for the kill. But that was before we knew the Vendrian Guard had sages and that Water Witch on their side. A bigger problem is the Scarlet Chorus. They eagerly conscript the Vendrian Guard, but I have no proof of this. But it seems they do very little to keep a watchful eye on these drafted tiersmen. They are often sent out on patrol, and we suspect that they use that opportunity to escape back to the Vendrian Guard. Every Chorus conscript has a choice: life under Kairos or death under the army's boots. By all means, feel free to cut down those who choose the latter. We won't be offended. Just so we don't mistake each other, I know what I'm saying carries an implication of treachery. I'm not making a formal accusation before Tungon's agent. I'm just voicing my gut opinion of the matter. Come on, Binder, it seems like asking why beasts stink. The disfavored are only too eager to deliver Kairos' peace to the Tiers, while the Scarlet Chorus bring only mayhem in their wake. You can tell me the Voices of Narat has a plan and I'll take your word for it, but the Chorus sure seems to blunder around, never moving with purpose as we do. I wonder if we've been fighting the same war, soldier. I've seen Ash yank his precious soldiers away from more battles than he's won. If you want to call that progress, be my guest. Unless we find a way to work as one, I fear that the Scarlet Chorus will step in front of Graven Ash's strategies at every turn. As far as I'm concerned, it seems like the Voices of Narat is here to amuse himself, while the rest of us are here to do our job. Not much to tell. My father was Sevius the Elder. His father was Sevius, the first of his name, lead drill master of Ash's first Iron Guard, back when they were the Bronze Guard. I was born into the Legion, and with any hope I will die in the Legion. The rest of you will hopefully hear about when the storytellers immortalize me. That's interesting. You know your history. The blood goes back that far. Not the memories, as I only knew my father. My grandfather was just a legend. One of Ash's best warriors, back before the disfavored were reforged in iron. I'm proud of my heritage, but I try not to brag. There are folks who love the Legion every bit as much as I do, but they lack the same pedigree. Yeah, you should be proud of that. Thanks, but I try not to think about it too fondly. If anything, every time I screw something up, I wish I wasn't dragging the family name through mud along with me. Yeah, they were Bronze Guard, that's obvious. Okay, that's that for you. We get another quest, that's cool. Are you important? No, you're an Earthshaker. Are you important? No, you're a whore. Very good. And here is Barrack. And the Iron Marshal. Does Barrack have anything to say? No. Iron Marshal, however, does. Don't just coddle the impact. Push back with your shield. Take the momentum. I set eyes on your opponent's waistline. If you spend more than a glance checking his footwork, you've lost. What's all this? This is the Iron Marshal. Yes, we knew that. Charge of the duties of leadership, etc. Sure. Need to stay on top of the troops or their skills will rust. It's for their own good, even if they don't believe it. I have brigades amassing among Placid, Echo Call, and Little Tooth crossings. The Vendrian Guard may be able to hold one bridge, but they cannot hold against a concerted three-prong attack. I have no right to give you orders, but we all die to Kairos' edict should we fail, so I'm not about to let my pride blind me to the value of good help. Defeat in detail. We carved a bloody path up to the river, but at that point everyone who charged ahead was lost. We had no chorus backup, it was just a few disfavored squads. I can tell you exactly how they were defeated. We lost a whole assault team. We found bodies washing up in the river for days. It's not often the Tearsmen put up such a good fight. It certainly made us reevaluate the number we'll need to take this valley. Really? Are you sure our scouts didn't give you all sorts of details about the enemy, and you just chose to disregard our warnings? Well, let's be neutral on that. Quite right, getting our emotions into the mix won't hasten this campaign. We just march from here to the citadel with the Vendrian guard manning the river banks. Fording troops and supplies through even the narrowest point of the river makes us vulnerable to attack, especially since our armor wasn't built for swimming. If we can take the river, we have a clear march to the citadel, and ascension halls will be ours in no time. Oh, did you miss a magic question? Not necessarily, no. It was just a matter of me trying to increase our lore, since clearly that is useful for getting more lore out of the game. And there was a thing about how to make your own spells, I guess, which I don't know how that works yet. But I'm not sure it's immediately relevant, so we'll get to that in due time. Our plan just might work. We are loath to work with those who do not share our training and our values. We know that Tungon the Adjudicator selects only the most capable minds for his court, and I trust you will honor us all in the field. Antio will be leading the charge at Echo Call Crossing. Assisting you will be Barik of the Stone Shields. Before you ask, no, the Forgebound weren't sloshed on Dappleseed when they fitted his armor. He survived the full force of the Edict of Storms, and his armor doesn't exactly come off. Tactically, it's quite brilliant, but otherwise it's something of a curse. Barik, come meet the Fatebinder. Better resembles an amalgamation of rusted blades and pieces of armor twisted to a vaguely human shape. He reeks of sweat and shit and whatever oil treatment keeps. So the guy like, because he like sealed into his armor, I guess he like poops in it.
Fatebinder, the Iron Marshal has tasked me with keeping you alive, and I have no intention of disappointing her. That should be enough assurance for anyone. Likewise, good Binder.
What is a little odd about this game is what lines are voiced and which ones are not.
Barik, is that you under there? I had no idea you were in Vendrian's well. Fatebinder, do you know this walking anchor? No. Oh, that is to say, yes. I'm already as familiar with this ironclad halfwit as I care to be.
We don't have time to trade jabs today, Verse. After the siege, you can throw as many tantrums as you please. I suggest that we remain focused on the mission.
No offense to the mission, but seeing you looking like a garbage heap and reeking of a mass grave is more amusing by far. Did you forget how to don your armor, or did Graven Ash leave you out in the rain?
It's challenging enough to experience battle from a courtroom, much less remember the faces of your cohorts. I wouldn't expect you to know me under these accursed blades of rust.
The Fatebinder will be joining us for the push across the river. I figured an extra hand might help. And more importantly, if my worries come true and the chorus tries to impede the mission, we'll have an observer from the court on our side.
Better to work with the Honorable Binder than some chorus children.
I asked that Barik accompany you there to arbitrate the cooperation between his company and the Scarlet Chorus. Barik, been without a cohort since the last Battle of Stalwart. It's time we give you a task more worthy than hauling wagons and leading training drills. Ash has assigned you to the Fatebinder's service. You're to assume this task is ongoing until we find a more permanent spot for you, which could very well mean the swiftly approaching end of this war. Or when the Fatebinder dismisses you. Is that understood? So I guess we get a new party member, huh? That's an order, Barik. He can be as stubborn as pulling a spire out of the earth, but he's a good soldier. I hope you don't mind the company. Yep. Now we're getting an extra dude. That is very nice. Now I am going to take the opportunity to take a short break, so I will be right back. And back. Needed a break and also use the opportunity to pull the curtains up because increasingly I cannot see anything because it's so sunny here. which is a nice thing normally, but not when you're trying to actually see text on the screen. Okay, what else is going on? We have character sheet for this guy who has immediately leveled up. I guess this... Yeah, exactly, it is a blind run, that is very true. But, you know, it'd be nice if the blindness were limited to my lack of experiencing of blindfolded challenges. Sure, people do stuff like that. So I guess in this game you get the kind of thing where, like, if you've leveled up and you get a character later, then they level up accordingly. So she, I guess, started at level 2 or something, because I'm pretty sure I disabled automatic leveling, or like automatic stats attribution. So she has a bunch of experience points. I'm guessing she started at that level. Now this guy, I'm guessing, is like a big tank, right? At least he looks like a big tank. I don't know what his deal is, but I guess the downside is that we're now a little bit unbalanced. Yeah, exactly, right? So he is like a tank dude. So I guess we're a little unbalanced insofar as we would then have 3 frontliners. Now she has pretty good finesse, which I'm guessing is useful for bows and stuff. Also has like a high bow skill. I also have a high bow skill, but an even higher one-handed weapon skill, so it might make sense to start using her as a ranged person. Well, I'm not sure that she currently actually has a ranged weapon. Should check that out, actually. She's only got... Yeah, no, she's got a... This bow. Is that better than my bow? Well, whatever, we'll not worry about it. And then this guy, I guess we just make as, like, bulky and, like, heavy and stuff as we can. I suppose he cannot be... deprived of his fused armor. So that at least simplifies the question what we equip him with. And what does he have also? This is good for endurance, will, defense. So basically what we want to do, if he's a tank, we want to give him lots of might and we want to give him lots of vitality, right? That's basically the thing. So we'll give him a might point as well. And he has 2 options. Okay, so it's like specific. We can be anything, but the PCs have their own kind of like paths that you can send them down. That's quite an interesting subtle schema, I guess. So the main character is like the fully customizable one, and the other ones are like archetypes in a way. And that makes some sense. Let's say he's a Punisher, which is like... And then, yeah, so this is more the tank route, and this is more the heavy damage, I guess. Challenging enemies to attack him. I think that might make some sense, because my character is not so heavily armored, and if she's going to do range stuff, it probably makes sense to use him as a tank, I think. So I think we'll go that way. These are our quests. Yeah, we need to block the opposition. Break the opposition blockade at Echo Call Crossing. Go to the Scarlet Chorus and find out what we can do to assist. I wonder if it's this kind of thing where you can do either the one or the other, but I suppose we will find out soon. We have to go to Echo Call Crossing for this, and we have to go to the Northern Clearing. I'm not sure which of these we should do first. We can hide the completed ones. This is the main stuff. These are side quests. I mean, there is a temptation, since all the rest of the stuff will happen at Echo Call Crossing, there is a temptation to first go to the Northern Clearing, since that would be more systematic. What I don't know, for example, in this game, I think I want to zoom out a bit, is whether, for example, enemies are fixed in strength or like adjust to your level. So like, you know, is it possible to go to a place where you're super overpowered or otherwise, or... But I suppose there's only one way to find out. Also going to save it again, because why not? Although it seems to have pretty good auto-saving. And then we will go to wherever it is that we're going. Franco, do you know? Oh, you don't remember that? Okay, that's fair enough. I guess we'll find out. Okay, that's very far. I guess it makes sense to go here first then. Oh no, we have a random encounter, I'm guessing. Because everybody loves... I mean, I guess you can switch them off. Everybody loves random encounter mechanics. You have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself. You never really needed to level up specifically, really.
That's far enough, Fatebinder.
School of the Tides. Fatebinder Rogalus, the majority of the school fled before Kairos. Being Venrian's Well, the magic of water. Grave Light, the art of directing the moon's light into searing energy. I mean, that sounds cool, let's be honest. Yeah, a swath of blue flag is the symbol of... Oh yeah, so instead of a white flag, they have the blue flag here. That's fine. Nice.
In accordance with ancient customs north and south, I offer and request a delay of blade. There are matters we must discuss without fear of reprisal.
Sure.
As is our custom, we are ready to kill to defend our lands, but we kill only in fair battle. We don't slay our prisoners. We know this isn't Kairos' way, but we must have hope.
And it's very, like, set up in such a way that you will think that we are the bad guys and that they are nice, right?
A few of my kin have gone missing, and though they may have perished, I have to inquire on the off chance they still live. If Captain Tarkus Deimos still lives, we would negotiate for his release.
I have bad news in that regard. Yeah, I mean, we aren't the bad guys. I mean, we bring progress and unity, yeah, sure. But I mean, you know, just from a writing point of view, right? This is very much like, you know, we are the honorable ones, we don't do the mean stuff, and then we are the guys who are like, yeah, we will just, like, crucify people and shit. Yeah, I know. I realize who he is. That's why I was saying is we have bad news. Yeah, why not just be honest about it?
I see. That is as I feared, but thank you for telling me all the same. I prefer closure to wishful thinking. If I may make one more inquiry, what of Palox Tyrell? Did he survive?
That's the guy whose dagger I wrestled away, right? Palox Tyrell. Yeah, who took Drastus hostage. Okay, so they actually do tell you that.
My apologies, Fatebinder. I had a terrible feeling this errand was in vain from the start.
To be fair, we didn't, like, really execute him as a prisoner. Mace Tyrell. That's from Game
I had
of
no
Thrones,
expectations that our friends could be saved, as I'm sure the time for swapping prisoners is long gone. But at least I know of what became of them. That'll have to be enough.
I have to admit, I was never a huge Game of Thrones fan. I read the first 2 or 3 books, A Song of Ice and Fire, which I felt were sort of get worse with every book, basically. And I watched maybe 1 or 2 episodes of the TV series, but I'm really not like a TV and film person, so the chances of me liking it were never very great. I certainly didn't. I can see why it was popular, though, you know, lots of sex, lots of violence, all that kind of stuff. Kind of a relatively challenging plot for most Hollywood stuff, so I can definitely see the appeal. But I find it very like edgelord, try hard kind of stuff. Not really what I look for in fantasy. I have some questions for you. We're through. Leave while you still can. Well, let's be
Then all
nice
that
about
remains
it.
is for me to thank you for hearing me out. In accordance with our ancient customs north and south, Let us part with peaceful accord.
Well, you know, as the random encounters go, I've had more difficult ones. Ah, interesting. Word has reached this court that you have issued the Overlord's edict to the Archons of War and Secrets. Know that we understand fully the weight of this burden and appreciate the loyalty you show in its declaration. Provided you survive this span, your service will be duly recognized. As you navigate the idiosyncrasies and mutual antipathy of our Overlord's War Masters, remember that Kairos watches all with interest. Those who distinguish themselves, whether Fatebinder or Archon, have the opportunity to rise in the Overlord's esteem. Even now the northern courts whisper that the more successful of the two Archons will be granted rule over the whole of the peninsula. Similarly, your fortunes rest upon the decisions you make. Choose wisely. To be fair, we kind of knew that, but that's we'll take that as it is. And thank him for the advice. Few in the Empire have the honor of treating with Archons, and fewer still of reading the empowered words of the Overlord. Endeavor always to emulate your exemplary foresight and judgment. Remaining all things, your faithful servant. Let's do that. Ooh, I get an achievement for having a correspondence course. That's pretty funny.
On it.
Let's see if we have anything cool here. And I guess this is just generic area number 31 that doesn't have anything in it. So on we go. We should expect a huge mess, right? So there's always this idea that these guys are crazy fanatics and so on. It proves everything! Like, for instance, whether you're fit to lead that flock of children. Did you not hear the news of the edict? This is a foolish distraction. We ought to be saving our fight for the enemy. He is right. The edict will kill us all. Well, until Fifth Eye starts the mustering chant, we ain't got nowhere to be. So now's our chance to have it out before things get serious. No problem here, Lord Binder. Captain Fuckwit here seems he's about to balk from this challenge. Thinks just because he used to run a ship, he's qualified to run a gang. So I'm calling him out, because the way I see it, his warriors ought to follow me, not his new blood. Captain Fuckwit was my father. Fuckwit will do just fine. If we have to prove our strength, we'll do so happily, but I'll have your hands and feet removed and the rest of you kept for my own use. Okay, so the idea is that there are idiots who fight each other over who gets to lead, which is like an old fantasy trope, I guess, which is, you know, really stupid, and there's no army that has ever worked that way, but it always comes up again and again. Let we all fight this out. Yeah, why not? Come, who of you will be first to meet my blade? Now they're all gonna knock each other out. That's very amusing. And she won, I guess. Which means that we get to loot them. We get a whole bunch of more or less worthless crap that gives me some money. Alright, that's I think what Jake would call easy money. We have a bronze great axe. Maybe we can give that to this kind of heavy weapon to our armored guy. Of course we keep all the cheese for ourselves. There's some pleasant impaling going on here. Past this point is chorus territory. You don't look like someone's conscript. You sure you're in the right place? I am always in the right place. And the walking hunk of rust. What's he, she, maybe it doing here? Okay, you can have like stupid little fights with everybody and they like that. Well, let's be honest. He's an allied warrior in my guard. You don't want to make an issue of this. Fine, just come in. I'm sure the Fury will gut you if you're really a problem. I'm sure that's the case. There's something here. I don't know what that represents. Read scroll. Ah, but see now I have 32 lore. So I can actually read this. Ah, and we got the new spell core. Discovered a new sigil. Magic in the world of Tyranny comes from learning how to perfectly scribe sigils and empower them with energy. Open the spell interface by pressing P to do something cool. So we get the sigil of illusion. That's just lying around here for no obvious reason. Deceit and trickery, blah blah blah. Lore +0. Expressions. Sigil of focused intent. So that's like you have a, instead of AoE, it's a single target, I'm guessing. Gives you in combination the spell Spectral Blur. Master targeting a blurred illusion makes them harder to hit. And also master targeting a blurred illusion makes them harder to hit. So you put it on yourself or your companion. I have a decent lore skill, so I guess I could also get into magic a bit. Okay, spells are created using term or sigils. Determines the type of magic. Yes, the expression is like, is it a weapon enchant? Is it a AoE thing? That's obvious. Select a thing. I got that far. Requires a amount of lore skill to learn and control. That would be this here. At least equal to the spell's total difficulty in order to cast a spell. Ah, yeah, so this is what you were saying, Franco, about how, like, basically everybody is a spellcaster in, or can be a spellcaster to some extent. Because it's not, like, really a class as such. Yeah, it looks elegant. I like this idea of, like, you have a certain, so you have visually a sort of theme, and you have a way that you shape that theme. And anybody who just has enough lore, you know, has enough manga points, whatever, can use it. That looks good. Once you've created a spell, use the assign button to add that spell to one of your active party members. You can assign a spell to more than one character. Okay. So you gotta just give it to yourself. I guess you have a limited amount of slots. Customize your spells by selecting different icons. That's these accents, probably? You create multiple spells using the same core and expression with different accents. Yeah, these icons can help you do... Ah, okay, so these icons are just a way of, like, that you know which is which. You can give it a name. That's nice. Some accent sigils allow you to modify the area of effect or range of your spells. When you use these sigils, the casting UI will display the increased range as a second. Okay, so then you can see what it's doing. Awesome. And then you click on assign. I give it to me, and to her, and to him, because I might as well, since I don't think we have anything else. And then that's done. There doesn't seem to be a save button, so we're going to assume that that is done. Yeah, you're really only limited by your lore, exactly, and that's kind of nice, right? So it's, instead of like the typical, like, oh, you're a warrior, so you don't get to spellcast, or you're the mage, you get to do the opposite. It's more like anybody can do anything, depending just on your stats, which is a nice, elegant system, and also quite, I guess, quite deliberately a non-D&D type of system. I think it's a little bit where they were trying to go with D&D 4th edition, right? With the idea of, like, there's a lot of cool stuff that everybody should be able to do, and you just sort of specialize in a certain way. But, like, 4th edition had a lot of other problems. Who are you? You? So, you're Tungong's Fatebinder. I was expecting something more impressive. Death Nail, Scarlet Fury. My time is yours for as long as it amuses me. Let's get one thing clear. Stick to your words and law. Leave the fighting to the grown adults. Your corpse would be just a tripping hazard to those of us having a proper bit of carnage sport. But enough useless twats dying for our name as it is. All our horde recruits seem good for of late is piling in a shit-reeking mound on the battlefield. Keeps up, And we have to toughen our recruitment standards. Again. Now, what do you need? Swelling until it's thundering, then crashing and receding. It's been the way of the chorus for as long as I've been in it. We take our prisoners alive, give them a chance yet to live, to be reborn into something better. Putting any and every able body to the sword like the disfavored do is nothing but a waste. A conquered enemy is but a new ally. It merely requires the proper coercion. Of course, we do sometimes have the problem of lingering loyalties. Deserters are rarely successful in their escape, but they do try. The Vendrian Guard, strengthened by their numerous blood ties, have been particularly stubborn. So I have a better plan hatched. I'm thinking we redouble our efforts to recruit settlers, focusing on the unaligned and unsuspecting, instead of flushing ourselves to the gills with oath breakers claimed from the battlefield. A knife point has sufficed well enough in the past, but you've inspired me to try a more diplomatic approach this day. What do you say, Biner? You might be able to ease them into the idea, and save the lives of their friends and neighbors in the process. Yeah, if it means expediting the end to this nonsense, why not? My method is surefire, you'll see. I'll mark the settlement on your map. I can't wait to see the outcome of your efforts. Okay, that sounds like a trap, right? Let's see. From your deeds during the conquest to how you've helped us since then. Suppose I didn't expect much, and you've done nothing to challenge it. By Scarlet Chorus standards, you're no more ordinary than a conscript. Work a little harder on setting yourself apart. Maybe someday you'll live up to your name. I guess this is like a kind of reputation check. Insult me again, I'll bury that blade in your belly. Maybe there's something more to you Fatebinders after all. We are the voices of Narat's glory made manifest. In the chorus, strength rises and the weak feed the soil. Our ways terrify the cowardly and shock the naive, but our traditions exist to offer promise and prestige to those fit to claim it. We abandon all petty rules for one simple law. The strongest must lead. Do you not recognize a Scarlet Fury when you see one? We are the warrior spirit of the chorus, scholars of sword and shiv. In peace, we train those tough enough to endure our lessons, but wise enough to learn from the best. In battle, it is our duty to slay our foes, and inspire the horde with our skill and bravery. We are fearless vanguard of this confused but glorious rabble. Shouldn't that be the vanguard? Oh, it's a wonder of wonders. I eat what I want, I shit where I want, and I kill who I want. Whom I want. Sometimes I even combine pleasures. My enthusiasm for the work brought me here. A decorated Scarlet Fury veteran, eh? But I'm looking for advancement. If it means killing one of the gang bosses, I'm not above taking a swing at someone bigger than me. They can be bigger than you. Just make sure they don't hit harder than you. Wise words, sister. Okay, yeah, so it's basically like the one guys are orderly and cool with their fashion, they kill everybody. And the other guys are like, we're the wild pirate bunch. I guess most players would probably go for the latter, right? But fragment of a blood chanter's cloak. Here? Seems there's a lot of fragments selling. And a lot of...
Interesting.
There's also the classic, like, no one cares that you loot all their stuff. You get a rot spear. Oh yeah, that's like the thing that you use to make yourself go hog wild, right? What does my journal tell me? Oh yeah, that's the remote settlement. We knew about that. But let's have a look at what kind of weapon this guy is actually using. Because he's got a disfavored iron sword, a disfavored shield. I feel like we can probably give him something better than generic sword and shield, right? Chances are. This is better. like a bronze great axe seems just a sort of thing for this kind of guy. If I can put it in the right slot. Guess that seems pretty cool for him to have. Well, I mean, he is a tank, so there's some sense to him having a shield, I guess, but on the other hand, this kind of looks cool. Oh, you cannot... Ooh! The dog looks and whimpers. I mean, all these people dying and whatever, sure, but like, dog got to be nice. Gotta have a nice time for dog. Fish, green water. This really feels like Battle Brothers. Just taking all of his like random supplies with me. What is going on here? Nothing very interesting. Here is Baz. Well, look who we have here. Fatebinder finally shows himself. I'm Reg, and this is Baz. And because everybody, like, if you have idiots and they are British coded, right? So that makes some sense. We were wondering whether you might pay the camp a visit. The Fifth Eye has been a little starved for attention. He ordered us to watch you like a troublesome babe. Make sure you don't get out of line. Something like that. If you have questions, ask us. Good luck finding anyone else in camp who'll give you answers or even a smile. So, anything we can do for you? I was a sellsword at the back and call fat merchants. Just another dented face in the crowd. After 2 years of spitting blood in the local skirmishes, I realized that I was only killing time. Then Kairos showed me a better way. Unity, purpose. Now I fight for something, not just someone. Been watching the Scarlet Furies, practicing my blade work. Not good enough to join them yet, but I bet I could show you a thing or two. I had a family, a farm, then the chorus came and, well, now I have the chorus. Priorities change when you hear screams in the night and feel a blade pressed to your neck. Things like farms or families don't seem as important. I used to have nightmares thinking about the culling. Felt awful remembering how I hacked my ma and dad to bits just so I could survive. The Fifth Eye heard me howling one night, pulled me out of the horde and took an interest in me. Now I'm studying magic, calling fire from nothing. My ma and dad could see me now, they'd be so proud. Reg and I were conscripted at the Gates of Judgment. We used to fight for Akon, me for Azure. How many fights we survived so far? 11? No, 14. 14. I count each day in Sunder separately. Chorus is not as bad as it smells. Strong, like me and Reg, we're allowed to take what we want, what we deserve. We live only as well as our strength affords us, as it should be. They say he shares a direct link with the voices of Nerat. Guard your tongue around him. He's a little wild, bloodthirsty, mad, brilliant. I was going to say eccentric. The chorus isn't picky about who joins the ranks, so you can expect to find some unusual types. Most are as likely to kill you as promote you. The walls might seem imposing, but the Vendrian Guard do a better job of hiding its weaknesses than fixing them. We took the Citadel once before. We can take it again. We have to, don't we? Though Kairos knows I don't want to stay any longer than necessary. You should know better than to parade your cowardice before the Fatebinder. It's not cowardice, it's just superstition. Sorry, Fatebinder, I shouldn't have mentioned anything. Fact of the matter is we were told to stay away from spires and old walls ever since we were babes. All the dumb childhood lessons that fell by the wayside, that one stayed the same. Imagine a soldier of the chorus pissing himself over architecture. Or like what's underneath it. The bane lurk around these old sites, Kill anything they can catch unawares. I have no wish to meet the Bane in combat, unless there are 100 blood chanters at my back. Me neither, I suppose. Alright, so what do we get here? You can train for money and make yourself better at stuff. Bows, dual wielding, unarmed combat. Not dual wielding, it's not doing any of that. Is this worth doing? A lot of the time with these games you end up sort of leveling up sufficiently anyway. I'm not sure I understand this. So this is your level. I guess this is like you just gain experience points arbitrarily towards your level. But then what does it have to do with your rank in this? What's the difference between your rank and your... I guess it's just your skill with this thing. That's very cheap. So it seems like it might be worth doing, maybe? Let's make her good at bow, right? And every time you do it, it gets slightly more expensive. And then she levels up. Okay. Interesting. It's a little easy. If we make her the bow person, we will want to up her finesse, right? That makes sense. It can be the skirmisher then, rather than the duelist. Eternal flames. Sets foes on fire for much longer than burning iron. Hobbled prey. Move more slowly. Attacks made with bows gain armor penetration. Only light armor, getting a bonus to dodge. I mean, she has been taking a lot of damage so far. So I'm kind of inclined to give her this. I'm guessing this is passive. Yes. Let's do that. Let's make sure she is only wearing light armor, which I think she is. Yeah. Very good. Alright. Money well spent, I hope. Maybe. Kind of. Can't do that. What is going on here? Another bronze sword. We can probably sell that. Nice. We have found the toilet tent. Always pleasant. Cool.
Can't do that. Sorry, I can't.
Yeah, okay, got it. And this does have a nice, like, you look at this sort of level here, I mean this setting here, it has a really nice kind of making the most of isometric kind of art style. I like that. We have Reg and Baz here, we can rest here, which we have no reason to do. Not sure what that does anyway. There's Snigler Dagos. What an honor! The name Snigler Dagos, originally from the relative tranquility of the Northern Empire. I've since accepted a nomadic life for the sake of keeping Kairos' forces supplied with only the finest goods, local and imported. Alright, that's just a regular merchant dude. But he has some cool stuff, and we have a bunch of stuff that we want to be selling, right? Such as things that I'm not using, like this bronze dagger and this generic bronze sword. And a bloodstone, and this actually reminds me of these gems and stuff. If you know the Laryl's tear necklaces, and all these like weird gem things that you get in Baldur's Gate that just exist to be sold, but that they still give a little bit of lore and character to. I always like that a lot. I mean, I'm going to compare this game a lot to like similar RPGs, right? Because that's very much my jam anyway. something I like. Yeah, there's a lot of this stuff that you're meant to just be selling, right? Is there a category of like things that are just for selling? Yes, there is. There's probably, I don't know if you can double click this. Yes. Cool, okay. What can we afford? Not actually so much. Horde boots. Better than what I have. 3 disengagement defense. Better deflection. Better helm for accuracy. It's the same thing, but it's less... It's like an upgraded version of the same thing. That reminds me a bit of how it works in Divinity, I guess. Oh... Yeah, an armed DPS, but that's probably not that exciting, right? 1% deflection doesn't seem like a lot, but maybe it is. Healing potions is always welcome. So these are like magic things. Sigil of Vigor. Okay, but first let's get ourselves decently equipped, right? Before we go around. Oh, let's sell that as well. No, so it's kind of a better spear, actually. I think I might use that. In which case I should get rid of you. Oh, you must unequip the shield. What? That's very strange, but sure. Yeah, so 3 accuracy, disengagement defense. I mean, accuracy seems pretty good. Right, that's pretty much always useful. I can just not afford another one, so I will sell something to make sure that we can. Such as this random javelin. And then grab the... Grab this, I think. That should do us good. And of course I need to take care of myself before everybody else. That's how it works here. Wait, was that the right one? No, I did it twice. Yeah, just these 2. Let's see if she can use something. Yes. But he cannot have his stuff replaced, so we'll give her that. Sell this. That's less good than what she has. Then we should sell that as well. And that too. And that also doesn't seem super good. It'd be funny to just sell off my ceremonial armor. I guess no one minds. This is what she has, more or less. Cool. Talk to Mr. Merchant and sell all this other stuff. Where is all that? Need you anymore. You, and you. There, at least we have something. Then, where are we going? Here. A binder of Tugang arrives. Oh, it's actually squealing with teenagers. A binder of Tugang arrives. We just finished having a bit of sport with some captives. But worry not, we'll have more fun with another batch momentarily. Now that you've issued this edict and doomed us all to die, if you come to help us climb out of this hole. With mewling, bawling, the occasional orgy, frequent vomitus. The bloodlust is there, but so is the fear of failure. Should our glorious horde fail to overrun the citadel, we will surely all perish. I mean, I don't see the disfavored pulling their weight. We know the Oathbreakers are focused in the citadel beneath the mountain spire, but we have learned this is not their only nest. Given their pattern of attacks, they must have a second group maintaining camp here in the outer valley. And unless we deal with this second group, They'll attack from behind the moment we cross the river. I'm hurt. Exalt my manners and maturity, but do not insinuate that I sit idle when there's blood to be shed. We've dealt with countless oath-breakers, but one group remains at large despite our best efforts. Captain Pelox's crew consistently evades or kills our own gangs. Wrong. And perhaps it's no mean feat to hurt this many desperate lives. For every 2 hands of humanity, there's at least 1 finger that snaps from the stress of our ways. Few have been lost on the margins, I won't deny that. But if you store grain, expect some rat feces. If you lead killers, expect some desertion. And while a good old-fashioned slaughter would be an efficient solution, a smarter answer is not to kill them, but to add their strength to ours. My last group of scouts returned with a new batch of prisoners, and one of these prisoners claims she can lead us to the Vendrian Guard's secondary camp, though there are shreds of deception in her voice. I could use your help questioning this Varia Kell. Perhaps you will get less screams and tears and more useful information out of her. If we knew where to ambush the Oathbreakers, we could try and take their captain, and show him the wisdom of joining the chorus. Sure. I will meet you there. She's waiting by the other prisoners. I'm guessing is here? Or something? Where is that? There. Okay, I need to talk to Fifth Eye first, I guess. Was there anything else? While the whole of the chorus remains loyal to the voices of Nerat, I am truly the most loyal, oh so loyal, of his numerous warriors. He's a Crimson Spear, part of the Archon's inner circle. Dozens of the strongest gang bosses answer to him, and from there the orders trickle down to the rest of the army. I am the Archon's martial retainer and humble servant. I am his eyes and ears, but also his mouth, for I speak with his authority when he is absent. And I am his killing edge when the rabble is moved to war. Did you ask for this honor? I did not have to. The voices of Nerat saw the need inside of me, and through his arcane ministrations burnt away the clinging, cloying parts of me that foolishly resisted his enlightenment. Disgusting as I might find this creature, the Fifth Eye is not the only one who has suffered changes in the service of this war. No, indeed, you ironclad behemoth. Have you ever considered jumping ship and enlisting with the chorus? With strength like yours, we could have you leading a decorated gang in your first week. If I ever jumped ship, it would only be to sink to the bottom of the waves, beyond the reach of you and your parasite of an Archon. I would not ask you to speak of the other Fatebinders. I will not speak for the other Crimson Spears. He's odd as fuck, because he's an eye, not because he's a Crimson Spear. The Spears are a cold, determined bunch. Eyes are a breed apart, only a fraction of the Archon of Secrets' madness. Unlike most of the conscripts here, I did not need a cudgel against the head to see the wisdom of the Archon of Secrets. I proudly joined the chorus in its nascent days, left my home in Bastard City to join with the incoming chorus, and the rest is glory and history. These days, if you follow the chorus or die, we who chose the path and killed to defend our place are the old guard. Even if it's been 2 or 3 years, the chorus has a short memory. At the center of Vendrian's Well, at the base of the mountain spire, is a small fortification. Ascension Hall is the name of the Citadel's inner council chamber. We left a garrison when this valley was first taken, in 429, with the Citadel being their base of operations. When the Oathbreakers staged their revolt, the garrison at Ascension Hall was defeated. It makes sense that Kairos' edict would demand that we burn this rebellion back to its point of origin. Iron Marshal Irenios is a doting warrior, just like the Archon of War. She's one of a few select disfavored, cautious, and cowardly enough to be trusted with the Archon's iron toddlers. No doubt her primary qualifications include being related to Ash. The Legion's a little big into its pedigree, if you catch my drift. Keep insulting my commander, and I'll slap that mask off your face. Not that I'm eager to see what's inside. What are we going to do here? Do I need to discipline you both? Yeah, let's do that. No, not this time, perhaps. I will respectfully save your censure for when I need to act in a more despicable manner. That day is no doubt nigh. We are not children to be corrected and set in line. I've long distrusted the court for treating us as such. But I won't challenge you at this juncture. Say your piece about the Iron Marshal, then. Though I am loath to speak highly of her, I cannot deny she is a brilliant swordsman, and the other disfavored seem to take her seriously, despite the serious stick that's propped up her backside. I am, naturally. Well, the Archon is, without question, the mightiest in camp. Deathknell is the master trainer here, and she's almost tough enough to take me. She's a biter. Don't tell her I told you that, but she can be trusted to fight and lead. And while her humility is lacking, Verse is correct. She's been running with the Furies even longer than Deathknell. Too bad that skill and puissance did nothing to save her sisters. Yeah, let's defend Verse. Then I must have spoken in error, I meant no offense. I was only to convey that Verse is a true survivor, an embodiment of the kind of grit the chorus reveres. So kind of you to step in to protect my honor that way, because I'm clearly incapable of speaking for myself. Now this we already knew. Alright, that's all cool. Please, someone! I wish to bow before the voices of Narat. I thought all could find redemption in the chorus. This one was hollering earlier that she knows the location of the Vendrian Guard encampment, but she isn't being entirely honest. I told this thing that I wanted a guarantee I'd live and be welcomed into the chorus as a captain. Then I'll talk. Otherwise they'll just kill me once I've opened up. I was dumb enough to join with the Vendrian Guard, but I'm not dumb enough to give away my bargaining bronze. Because I want to live. You don't need to be the Archon of Premonitions to know that the younger realms are gone for good. Kairos is the new strength of the Tears. I would rather stand with his Archons than be crushed by them. Suppose I have no answer for that. When I joined with the Vendrian Guard, I accepted their broken vow unto myself. Have you not felt passion for a foolish cause, when you came later to regret? Well, my surrender is sincere, and I'm willing to bow before the voices of Narat to prove it. I heard the chorus is looking for Captain Pelox Florian and his crew. I can lead you to them, but only if you release me. Well, she is lying, we know that. Well, you see... So I don't know exactly where the rest of my crew is, but I can tell you... Search that one. The tall dark one missing most of his face. Check his left boot. He was the literate one in our crew. He had the orders. So they take the guy's boot. It's nonsense, just a mash of words. She said she had information, she gives us garbage. Slay this wretch for wasting our time. Yeah, but this is the whole thing, right? They're always like, their whole gimmick is that they take people, so let's make them do that. Seeing as how you're an expert on the subject of fate, I want to take your wisdom on the matter. What then would you propose we do with her? Let's test her loyalty, shall we? Kill these guardsmen with something blunt. What a nice game you have me play, Franconian. It's very jolly. Good, good. Welcome to the Scarlet Chorus. You fail us. Where's a slave to clean up the offal when you need it? We're no closer to finding the Oathbreaker's position, not with this cryptic mess. She promised us answers and all she gave us was gibberish. I guess this is conveniently written in such a way that they can use it regardless of your solution.
Sorry to interrupt, but I highly doubt it's gibberish. More likely, it's one of the local scripts.
Yeah, we have a voiced character. The older gentleman with the quills, ink vials, and parchment scrolls one finds in the sages of the school of ink and quill. Clothes appear charred, and between the ribs of fabric are burn scars among his arms. He offers a beaming smile.
Well, let me see. I can't. So, I don't know exactly what it says, but I'm half certain that's Sage Selwyn's handwriting. I'm sure I could decipher that in a few hours' time. Don't need my hands free, but I think better when not tied to a post. I know, I'm weird that way.
A few hours? Either you can read it or you cannot. What use is a sage that doesn't know his letters? I've heard all I need to hear. I say we have some fun with this one. Yeah, let's have him translate this.
I would love to help. I just need some time. That's written in another sage's shorthand. I'd have to sit down with it, or better yet, compare it to a piece of his writing I have stashed on me somewhere. If I sat down with it while sufficiently sober, it's highly probable I'd figure it out.
Sober? Since when do we share the good stuff with the prisoners?
Oh, nobody shared. Right before I was taken prisoner, I imbibed several vials of reagents. I wanted to be numb and disconnected when my captors used me for carnal catharsis. It's made these last few days tied to a post almost enjoyable.
So he's got some poppers on him, huh? Well, let's give him his few hours, because that's obviously the thing to do. Read the edict. I don't need to tell you the sundial is working against us. This adult old bag is just trying to stall us. Yeah, but we need that information, right? We shan't put him to waste. He will serve as the most riveting source of amusement as we put him on trial.
Fatebinder, I beseech you, be my advocate for this trial. I'm no fool. I know the chorus uses blood, not words, to settle these matters. But you are a servant of the Archon of Justice, are you not?
Blah, 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 blah. Yeah, I think we need this information. No, they want to do this. I think you can crack the information we get out of his skull without troubling the Archon, that's one thing, but you're not walking out of here with our property. You just tell me no. Release the prisoner to me. I would shame and degrade you in full view of your followers. You two, release the sage. He's the Fatebinder's problem. Yes, he's obviously like getting us the additional party member, I'm guessing.
Thank you. Oh, I thought I was going to wind up as another corpse in that pile. Now, hand me that parchment. The sooner I can find out what it says, the sooner I can get out of this place.
Well, much of the parchment was weathered, but I could make out the important parts of the text. The note makes mention of a meeting spot west of Tripnettle. Oh, so the old sage knows his words after all. It asks that you travel ahead and see if you can't get this Captain Florian to yield to the chorus. They will strike at first sight of a chorus gang, but perhaps they will parley if yours is the face they see. I know the area and suggest we go at once. I'll show you the way. I'm eager to be far from the stench of this camp. Because the alternative is what? Living here with these illiterate brutes? My old study is under a river of fire, and there's no family missing me. Besides, I'd much rather chronicle the binder that twice proclaimed the Edict of Kairos. Be a fool to let someone else write your story. Okay, we have to, of course, make him swear fealty. If that is your price, I will pay it. I, Sage Lantry of the School of Ink and Quill, do pledge my services and skein to the Fatebinder, and by extension to the Court of Tumon. I know I may seem old and frail, but I know how to step lightly and how not to get killed. Really, I won't slow you down. Lead the way, and let me know if I can be of service. Are we done here? Let's hightail it to Trip Nettle. If your new pet doesn't behave himself along the way, I'm not above clipping his ears. Nice, so we get another companion. So do I like it so far? Yes, I mean, as an RPG, right? I mean, this has like all the usual RPG isometric stuff. I really like the art style, that's very cool. I like, you know, the magic system and the kind of skill system and so on seems quite interesting. Definitely the kind of thing I like. It seems like a really set up for a well-written, larger RPG of the, you know, of the Baldur's Gate and Pillars of Eternity, etc. variety, which is also something I very much enjoy. I'm not, you know, again, it's like, I don't tend to play like the bad guy, you know. It's like all this kind of edgelord stuff is honestly a little wasted on me. I don't necessarily like, oh, we're so evil, we do all the bad stuff, blah, blah, blah. Like, I know some people, like, I guess Jake and other people find that fun. That really doesn't appeal to me at all. But we'll see what the writing brings, because I do think this setting is interesting, right? And it does have some ideas, and I'm kind of curious to see how the ideas will work themselves out. On which note, I will also probably not play for too much longer, because I'm going to go eat some fooding a little bit. But we can give it a little longer still. I didn't even check what kind of skills and stuff that guy has, but that's fine. We'll figure that out. I guess these are all the different kind of quests and things we can do. And we have a larger map also. That's also pretty cool. Look at this. Man, this is nice artwork. Look at that. This is a world map. And so here we have the one Archon guy. There's the other Archon guy. Blade Grave. Contested lands. Stone Sea. Remains of the Azure. It's now choking rivers, collapsing roads. I mean, you kind of wonder, right, if this Overlord guy can just, like, destroy the entire landscape with a spell, why even bother waging war? Even free cities, lawless dot the coast. Major coastal powers, blah, blah, blah. Ambiguous ruling structure. Could not simultaneously weather political infighting, granting Kairos' forces an easy victory. And this is Vendrian's Well, the mountain ringed valley of rivers and flood plains. And then this is the Bastard City bit that we have been to. Also suggests that there's quite a lot more going on, or will be going on. This is where we are. This is where we are. How do we get back from here? Or is that not possible? Ooh, okay. Which one to do first? Trip Nettle, Northern Clearing, Remote Settlement. Ah, yeah, this was the recruiting people thing. I'll try that first. Gonna have a drink. Alright, here we are. I like the kind of fog of war thing. Whenever I played Baldur's Gate, I would always use the cheat thing to reveal the entire map, because not because of like the cheating benefit, but because the maps are so nice. It's really nice to get to see all of it. But I will not do that here and now, obviously. feel like you're being watched from all angles. The distant patter feet echo off the walls of a small and seemingly deserted village. And this looks like an ambush, doesn't it? It actually looked like Xenongod's map, right? Like that one with the village. Well, they can only do that via edicts. Yeah, but I mean, so far we haven't seen any like evidence that there's any limit on their ability to make edicts. I'm sure there will be more lore and info about this. No need to hide. I have no desire to fight, merely to talk. Hunter of your redemption with the Scarlet Chorus, trying to save you all. Go home to your overlord. Okay. This is going about as well as one would expect, I guess. Won't be leaving here in one piece. We'll send your head back north. I want your folks to see what happens to those who invade our lands. Do you now? Alright. I guess that counts as convincing settlers to join the chorus. There's just these 3 dudes, right? Oh yeah, I didn't actually level him up. Oops. Well, fine. We'll figure something out. I guess he's mostly a magic user, I would expect. I'll give you allied AoE on this. You need to act as our shield. No, why not you? You need to go into bow mode. Are you actually using your bow? How do I tell what you are using? Weapon sets. Yeah, she is on the bow. That's good. And then we can do this thing on you.
Are we ready for this?
Cool. That's the first bit. I think you did your thing. Right? Or is he... yeah, ability cooldown. Okay. That's good. He has mostly like healing spells and stuff. So you are going to boost him. You have done your thing, and you are going to go and... use its ability to parry and dodge. Sure, why not? Do that. Wonder if this works. Why would he not do that? That's very strange. Why is this not working? Did it work here? Maybe. Best to not leave A&E, what is it, engagement, right? I would expect. You will shield slam in that case. That's going pretty well. Okay, this guy is taking, our friend the clown is taking a lot of damage, which is not really good. You can heal me, but that's not very interesting. Yeah, this guy is otherwise a little bit useless, right?
Unstoppable!
Ooh. Our friend here is poisoned. Can we get him one of these? No, one of these. Take one. You are going where? I guess this guy got me, that is, got taunted. That's not necessarily bad. Can you get there? Yeah, you can go around, right? That should be okay. We'll just have to kill this guy quickly. Did he take his damn potion? Yeah, he took his potion. Okay, good. Don't really need that. Let's interrupt. Maybe you can attack her so that you can interrupt that. This is kind of doing its own thing. Oh, guys, engaged. That's not good. Well, then we will get both of these on here. And you need to also help him a little bit. Oh, that's some slow-ass casting.
I see as the crow flies.
Yeah, my man, you should not be in direct melee, right? That is probably not the best idea. I think I would rather that you run over here. Here. There's something more useful you can do. Why not?
You got it.
I don't know if that's better than the bow or not, but... Oh, too late. Gonna heal me, I think, maybe. Yeah, so as often in these games, the spell casting is pretty slow. Flicking the bronze tip of her blade, the Scarlet Fury shows up. Not bad. I'd have piled up the same amount of corpses in half the sword strokes, but where are my manners? One ought to criticize help so generously given. You have my deepest and sincerest gratitude for gutting those Vendrian pissants in my place. Oh, you're welcome, I guess. Ready go, we need it, the willing ones. We were hoping a different face might convince the remainder to join us, but alas, you can't wing them all, can you? Still your bluster and take it up with Death Knell, because I'm quite certain that's who talked you into this. True enough. Oh, we have a blur/mirror image going on. Okay, so this
What are
little...
you trying to tell me? Use your words.
Excuse me? This little fella needs to level up, which is going to mostly be wizardry stuff, right? Lore, defenses. So if he has a lot of lore, does that also count towards my lore? Or is this one of those games where for passing checks in dialogue it only counts your main character? Is that sort of relevant? He has very little health, which is not amazing. We'll go with resolve and wits. And he can be the healer, I guess, or he can be an attacking mage, or he can be like do silly things with throwing stuff. That doesn't make a lot of sense, so I think we'll go either one of these. I think a healer is almost always a good idea, right? Increase to weapon damage and armor. Arcane armor and magic defense. Improves control life skill. I'm not sure what that is. Increase control vigor skill. But what is that? What are they? Skills? Skills? Ah, control life. Sigil of life spells. Vigor. Chance of... It's like... oh yeah, so this is like buffs, essentially, I guess. And this is like healing. Okay. But he only has like a healing spell for me. Seems a little tragic. Yeah, okay, so you get at a higher level, you get like real spells of that nature. Well, in that case, let's just upgrade this. And do we have another point? Or is that it? I can't really tell if we have another point. Apparently we do. But you cannot advance further because you need 3 talent points spent. Okay, right. I see. So then we will just upgrade you as well. And make you a full healer. That seems good. Good to go. And then we go back. So these are all like very simple, like starter quests, right? You go to a thing, you do a single thing, you run back. There's nothing in this. There is this. Of course, I'm always like in every RPG going to collect 1,000,000 potions and always forget to use them. I guess that's just how life works. Let's be honest. We find light leather gauntlets. Those are good. Don't mind if I do. What do you have anyway? I should also check your equipment. Because you are very fragile, I think. So he has scholar's gloves, scholar's boots, scholar's robes, light leather helm. Armor. We give him you see 3, 5%, 0.2%. Guess this is better. Let's have this thing. I don't know if there's any restriction on him, like having only light armor or stuff like that. Where's this thing I just found? Oh, that was this, right? Better DPS, better deflection, better recovery, less precision. What's the difference between precision and accuracy? There is a chance that when attacking a target, the hit will be... okay, like how good of an attack it is. That makes some sense. So I'll take it. See if we can give you something useful. Because you need to be a little bit less squishy, I suspect. Any of these better? Deflection, recovery, reflection, deflection, recovery. This engagement defense will be quite useful for this guy since he needs to not be in melee. So I think I will give you this. Oh, okay, he can't use it. Fair enough. I can give him this. The bronze greaves. Or his scholar's boots. In that case, this is better. Scholar's robes, we don't really care about that so much. Those are very heavy armor stuff, which would be nice for our tank guy, except that our tank guy can't have any new armor. Or can he? Yeah, no. Didn't think so. Well, we will have to make do then. I guess it makes sense in case you decided to be a heavy dude yourself. Or maybe for future. Oh, I'm forgetting something. Very important to take all the cheese. I guess it's in case like future party members might have some use out of it. Back to you. I guess there is also an inherent time limit on the game, right? Because we have to win before a certain time. Like normally in an RPG like this, you would just, do everything. But it suddenly occurs to me that it might be that you cannot in fact do everything. Because you would actually run out of time. But that would also be tricky, because like if you then ran out of time, you'd basically have to do over a whole lot of stuff. What are we looking for? You, I think. Is it you? What is it that we want? You. Fatebinder. Now, what do you need? Let's give her a punch. I'm making note to watch my step around the Fate Binder of Tugon. Good punch. Thank you. Yeah, so see, this is the thing. It has this little red thing that says 8 days until Kairos' Day of Swords. So you don't actually have that much time to do a lot of stuff. In which case, actually, considering the distances on the map, I mean, either something else happens and the game goes on, or this is a much shorter game than it appears. But I suppose we will find out. Who the balls are you? Hail, Fate Binder of Tungan. I am betting are a superstitious man, I'd say fortune must favor me today. I am not. But I am pleased to meet you all the same. Now what brings you to my little slice of personal damnation, otherwise known as this here mud and shit stinking forest camp? What about the chorus isn't unusual. The army itself is a strange, malnourished beast. But no, the screamers seem mostly in order, sir. I haven't been spying, if that's what you're implying, sir. Of course, even if I was, it'd be damn near impossible to learn anything from this shit sty. Fifth Eye and those damn Furies don't even loop me in enough for me to do my detail. And it's not for lack of trying on my part. I'm not just here to keep a steady eye on the Oathbreakers, who they give far too much freedom after conscripting. I'm here to be a resource for the benefit of both armies. I can provide insight regarding proper stratagem and request a stock of troops from Iron Marshal Arengios for reinforcements if needed. But they won't listen to me, or confide in me, or fight beside the brethren I could request. From the way most of my days go, you'd think I was here to row with blood chanters and scarlet furies. But my post is to represent the disfavored interests before Fifth Eye in the Scarlet Course for Iron Marshal Arengios. Not that I've gotten to do either in so much as the last span. I am. You try having to fist fuck every fury who wants to talk to you. That's after I try to talk them down. It's a Kairos damned mess. Isn't it? I know I fucked up to get here. Got 3 days in the hole and a nice little promotion to go with my new post. Well, I won't be making the same mistake twice when it comes to the Iron Marshal. I should be out there fighting for Ash's glory, not standing here ready to run back a report should something ever finally fucking happen. No one tells me anything. They all lack honor and discipline. Don't think they could cooperate even if it's what they actually wanted. Guess I shouldn't be surprised, considering they serve the Archon of Secrets. No, you must know I meant no disrespect to the Overlord, sir. Besides, only a dumb shit or a dying man would insult the voices in his own camp. And I don't intend to be neither. Begging your pardon, sir, but I've never fought a battle where my life wasn't on the line. Kind of the nature of war, isn't it? In theory, you could spend a lifetime here if you do not read the edict. Ah, yeah, that's a fair point, I suppose. But, I mean, reading the edict is sort of the first thing you do in the story, right? And, don't most of these quests and stuff appear at the moment that you have read the edict? Well, I suppose you can go to this camp first and then read the edict. Because they did invite you to go there. This doesn't seem to be clickable. Alexis is politically rule not to read. True. But, you know, it's also like, we're gonna get the story underway, right? Be no good otherwise. Remote settlement, we've done that bit, so these are still left over. So this is already like the better part of a day. And it's also weird because there's an option to sleep in a tent, right? You've only got 8 days. Doesn't seem like the best idea. Especially since your health regenerates anyway. Admittedly, I haven't tested out what that does. Yeah, let's try the Earthshaker's business. Whee! Also, in my defense, there's a lot to take in terms of lore in this game. We'll get a bonus of some kind for some reason. Earthshaker hood, Earthshaker staff, and a bunch of enemies. Guessing those enemies are not Honor Guard, Archer. It's a fair amount of guys. But there's technically the possibility of sneaking up on them. See, this is the moment that you want to have Fireball or something like that, which we do not. I mean, she has almost something like that. I haven't saved it in a while either. Let's try that first. I don't have to redo anything.
Not a problem,
Can we
boss.
ambush you? You a little bit forward.
Send them at me and...
Nice. It's always a good start. Harassing an enemy. I think you need to do this. I don't understand like this. I guess it goes for these enemies, then is the idea. You or you? There's only one at a time. Let's force the archer to do that.
Ready?
What chaos? But this is like centered on him, is it? Oops. I need to do that. Oh wow, she's not taking that well. Is she actually doing that move?
That's
Okay, that works. So
how it's done.
we need to start taking a... Oh, she hasn't got a healing potion on her. That is not good. Can we give her one? Alright, giving her one. Did I not? Maybe it's not in her quick, whatever. She should also probably switch to... Who's this guy? Are you still doing what you're doing? Elements of the attacker's fighting style.
Can't do that.
Whoa now. Well, now she is prone as well. That's not good. We have a way of healing her. This is annoying. There's only this way of healing me. Can I go in here and rearrange this somehow? Because she's got a lot of these things. I thought this is her quick. Oh, maybe you gotta put it in a quick item, so you can't do that in combat. I see. Well, that's a problem. Well, too bad, I guess. We have a chance of getting you out of there. Yes. Yes, we do. Where are you going anyway?
Got it.
Stand in our way!
Holy moly, what an annoying bunch of archers. Maybe we should engage those archers. Okay, he's moving to melee. He's moving to ranged.
Right.
Let's not let him do that. Yeah, general. She not have a general attack with the bow? That seems strange. That would be so. No, it seems like she can only have melee with that. That cannot be right. You can interrupt this one. That at least is nice. And you can give somebody this. You can also do something more useful. Immune to engagement, move speed, quickness, dodge. Immune to engagement. On the other hand, you're doing pretty fine as is, so we just kill this guy.
Did I always have this much blood?
Ooh. I don't really know how to keep her alive in this situation. Probably check this stuff a bit more. But you know, you live and learn. See what happens if she uses this. Oh my god. Giving her the Titan's touch thing doesn't seem to have given her health, so that at least is not that useful for that purpose. What else can you do? You just need to kill this guy.
Pay attention, kid. You might learn something.
Okay, that's good. Still like you to get the hell out of here if you can. Maybe. Interrupt him. What? Ooh. Nice. You get your burning iron back.
You got it.
It's very good. Continue interrupting him. I will probably want to be taking one of these. No, don't go there. Then attack. And you should probably intercept him.
You got it.
He's got 10 hit points left. Not amazing. Kind of nice if they could stop. Oh, really? Are they? That's very strange.
See that?
Oh, maybe you mean like
I'm
the
not
fact that
entirely useless.
it auto pauses all the time. That's probably what you're hearing. Because I think it cuts off the sound effect when it pauses. That might be it. I don't want you to like run away or something because you have literally 4 hit points left. And there aren't that many guys left. You can use this on her. Did you have that before? That's weird. Oh. Oh well.
Just give me the signal.
I should probably set the auto pass to a little less aggressive. It seems weird because normally weapon ineffective, at least in Baldur's Gate, it always meant that like your weapon had absolutely no chance of hitting. It just meant that the weapon wasn't doing anything at all. But that doesn't seem to be what weapon ineffective means here, because sometimes it hits and sometimes it doesn't. I find that a little strange. I might change that in the settings. It's ineffective because of the target armor, but it also sometimes does hit. It's a little mysterious to me, but we'll figure it out.
Wait, I did that? Nice!
Well, that could have gone better if I had put the damn things in her quick slot, but yeah.
Let
What
them
you gonna
think
do?
they can hit me.
When they take damage, they will start to lose health. Yes, I had figured that out. They'll gain a wound. The health bar will turn red. Wounded characters have maximum health reduced and removed. Yeah, okay, so that's what the sleeping is for. That's basically the exact same system as in Pillars of Eternity 1, right?
On it.
Broken helmet. Does it also say what the wound is? No. No, it does not. Let's actually let's first, before I forget this, because I am going to forget this, let's do a bit of that. Give him that. Gives me this. Actually, you can have that. That's a little better. They're pretty generous with health potions here, but I just need to use them. Ah, Fate Binder, how fortuitous. For us, I mean, decidedly not for the Oathbreakers. Whether intended or not, we're indebted for your help. Where are the rest of you? Aye, the Oathbreakers felled Grisandera before we could erect the barricade, but our circle alone was all Master Radix could feasibly spare. We're here, and though wayworn, we're ready to help. You mean all he could spare? With all due respect, Fatebinder, it's not a matter I expect you to understand. We absolutely can't abandon Cairn to the Stone Sea. As we've only recently located him, we're in the process of constructing a fort to guard his remains. We cannot spare another mage, especially now when the beast tribe that flocked to Cairn in his final days is becoming increasingly territorial and contentious. Cairn may be dying, but he's not yet lost. There lies the potential to harness an Archon's power in the Stone Sea. And for that, I should think the possibilities are near limitless. We won't go unless we can run the proper research. And so Radix refused Ash's orders. I'm not of a rank to make just sweeping evaluations, but I'd say he'd interpreted them in his own manner and to the best of his judgment, rather than outright refusing them. He is an Iron Guard, after all. His decisions, though difficult to make as they may be, will certainly embolden our routing of the tiers. If they... What? How? The Overlord has issued an edict of execution. Well, clearly Master Radix is unaware of the severity of the situation. Had we known, surely the guild would have come in full force. Well, you better report then. Anything else in this little campsite? No, that's pretty much it. Alright, so that's another little sub-quest done. Although it does make one worry about how many of these sub-quests you should actually do, but... I mean, this is 3 hours, that's 12 hours. It seems like that should be doable. Might make more sense to go from here to here and then back, right? Of course, she has this wound now, but we'll deal with that. Sure, these guys are here in a friendly way. Reinforcements! Finally! Come this way, we need to... Sister Verse? What did I do to deserve such a helping hand? Fifth Eye has a sense of humor sending you. This one used to run with my pack until he left me for Death Knell's gang. Motherless swine didn't even have the guts to fight me for the right to leave. He just packed up and left with his coward's tail between his fat legs. A wise move at that. How many of you lost under your command so far? I misspoke. I'm sure you only got most of them killed. Can't rule out death by their own incompetence. Seems Death Knell didn't take my advice. Have you gelded to curb your outbursts? Yeah, well, let's... Ooh, achievement unlocked, building a reputation. What does that say? You've gained enough reputation to unlock a new ability. Open the reputation UI by pressing R to see new ability available to your character. Faction reputations, yes, so... Acquire these abilities must favor or wrath with the faction. Interesting, so you can also get something by building up wrath. Only to your character, not other party members. Yeah, that makes sense. Another time then. Fake limp. Get comfortable with the idea of a knife in your belly. It'll come from me as likely as not. Just tugging your chain for old time's sake. You're always happier when you had a nemesis out in the world, eh? Their camp is just yonder. We've kept an eye on them for the last couple of days. Some of them left a few hours ago. Looking for food, maybe out on patrol, but they haven't returned yet. Might be wise to strike now while they're divided. I lost 2 of my gang in the mountains and we've been on half rations for days. So until we get a much larger contingent, we're not likely to win any fight we start. Now that you're here, I fear my gang will hold back and keep an eye out for trouble. Maybe swooping if things get messy. Yes, haha. Time to throw away the lives of my gang. It'll be in pursuit of something far more grandiose and profitable. My gang and I will lurk nearby. When you make your move, we'll descend and help with capturing Florian. Don't worry, I'll let the others know you did the heavy lifting. I'll cheat at battle, but not with my reputation. Okay. 1 sec. Gotta have some of that good Arizona. Yeah, let's save first. because of the enormous success that we had last time. Quest about a little bit. Ooh. Totally not obvious. Blood loss.
Sorry, I can't.
That reminds me that I need to make sure that everybody has some of the useful crap in their quick items, because they cannot use it otherwise, it seems. Some resolve or something. You can have that. You can have something useful. Potion of protection, that's probably good for you. We'll have the fish. You can have the fish. Like a fishy character. Oh yeah, I was going to look at the reputation thing. That's cool. Verse, okay. I'm gonna have loyalty with verse. Pleased by my feisty, chaotic inclinations. One way of putting it. Ah, and then we get like a joint attack. That's actually really neat. So it's not just like, you know, you unlock the new dialogue, or you have like sort of, okay, she likes you more, she's less likely to defect or whatever, but it actually gives you a direct combined, not just a direct combat bonus, but actually a thing where you can work together better. I think that's a neat system. I like that. Launch her into the air, she leaves away. If R is a target from above, strikes true, has armor penetration. That sounds good. Only once per rest though. Not very often. Ooh.
You see what I see?
Yes, yes I do. It's a Staff of Titans. And a bunch of other stuff. A bronze axe, okay, we knew that. More healing potions, more camping supplies. I guess that's for the resting along the way. Is I the inventory screen? Yes it is. That's what we'd like to see. So the question is, can we give you a better weapon than this weird quill thing? It has Sigil of Life. I'm not too convinced I understand what that means. Can we not give you a... one of these things, maybe? Again, these are all kind of melee things, right? And you wouldn't want this guy to have a melee attack. Forget it. Oh. Only just saw these dudes. Are there any more? There probably are more.
Come at me, grave meat.
That's nice. You need to do your thing.
Come and face my iron!
Doesn't seem too dramatic. Nice. 45. Too easy. Bunch of random crap.
Will do.
Well, that was so easy, might as well save it. But that's probably not all, right? Let's be honest here. That cannot be it. Ooh, trap
Interesting.
detected. I can disarm that, seemingly. Nice. Ah, there's the rest of them. Might as well get our first shot in, if we can.
I'm not here to make friends.
And
Found some.
let's get you on you. You'll do your thing again.
Are you afraid of death?
Curious.
That was not super well coordinated.
Flawless.
Yeah, this is a bit too much pausing still, I think. How are we doing? I'm not doing so amazing. You can go and heal me.
Flawless.
Let's see what that looks like on you. Okay, that does look cool.
Masterpieces!
Exactly so. Another trap here. Whee! And a very logical RPG thing of you disarm a trap and suddenly you feel stronger. What do we give him? Even more vitality, even more might? More defense, perhaps? Mostly he just needs to be stronger. Give him a sentinel ability, because we're making him into a tank. Back to engaging additional enemy, that's pretty good. Defensively, getting a bonus to armor, is that passive? No. The guy has this stolen right, I don't understand that. Using Clash of Ironbark will attack twice with his normal strikes for a short time, that seems pretty good, because that's very useful. I think I'm gonna go with that. Because I am using that a fair bit.
Right.
Is that it? Surely not, right? Ah, you must gather your party before venturing forth. Now that is something that we'd like to hear. Can you get back somehow? To where we were? Oh yeah, you can. I don't feel like this is everything there is here, right? Or is it? Oh,
Hey,
here it is.
over there.
The Overlord's peons have arrived. Blades up! You value your life, drop everything and flee. Or stand and fight. I'm happy with that option too. Just seemed unsporting for me to suggest it. You want to talk? Fine, speak your mind. Anything funny and I'll run my falx clear up your backside until you taste bronze. Let's try this one. He did? Quiet down, Oaf. Captain Tarkus would know more. I've been in the field for quite some time. I'm sure you know we don't kill prisoners, and I can't give you a better answer than that. But I can lie about this with a high lore. Pyro is alive? Is he well? Well enough? Do you have proof that he is alive? Receive a message that said his sword being called Kairos' Kosen. Yeah, that's him. My life can purchase that of my crew, my brother and his warriors. I will do it. If you allow my soldiers to leave, I will concede and agree to be your prisoner. Deal? You hear that? Go on and tell the crew back home that I'll return soon, and if not... Well, if that happens, I trust you will all avenge me. But if this fate binder speaks true, I will be back soon. I'll even bring back a souvenir, the severed head of the voices of Nerat. Yeah, but we had said that already, right? I don't quite understand why we're still saying that. Alright. That seems easy going. He's gonna wander off, I suppose. Presumably. Why is all the produce rotten everywhere? Can nobody take care of their damn vegetables? Pillar of Courage? I should probably upgrade my spear to that. While we are at it. That is much better than what I have. This is also better than what I have. But this one is strictly better. I will use that instead. Or is this actually a two-handed one? Where did it go? Here. Oh yeah, this is actually a two-handed one. That's it. Interesting. That's very strange. They're both bronze spears, but one of them is two-handed and the other is not. And this is also two-handed. I guess you get like really long range. Well, I don't think so. Not that fussed. Alright, time to report back. This guy will... or not. Oh, I guess we'll just do it this way. More on the way. Patrol from this morning. Coming back. Well, look at that. The captain's in one piece, just as requested. The voices will be pleased. Wait, the voices will be pleased? I thought I was going to see General Ash. This wasn't part of... I should have fucking known better. You haven't won just yet. Second patrol should be returning right about now. If you can tackle the incoming patrol, my gang and I will make sure this Oathbreaker sees the voices of Nerat. Good hunting with you, Binder. The Archon of Secrets will be most pleased. Alright, so we have to do a separate fight or something. What is going on with him? Oh, that's me. Something is going on with me. I have leveled up. That is what is going on with me. Pairing up. What do I need? What do I need? Bows, athletics, subterfuge. One-handed weapons is strength. Vitality. This is better lore. Finesse is good for almost everything, so I think I'll give myself a bit more of that. And I can choose so many different things. That's all not that exciting. I have Shield Slam for defense. What did I invest in last time? Oh yeah, I gave myself lore skill, that's right. Defense, power, magic. Okay, that's kind of it. Defensive benefits from shields. Taunt them while the stance is active. Additional enemy to engage in one time because of bonus to damage dealt to targets that are stunned or prone. That seems useful because you can use this. Well, that's dazed. We've had some bunch of prone targets at different points. 2 armor. Taunt enemies. Increase defensive benefits from shields. Passive 40% shield effectiveness. You know, that doesn't sound all that bad. Passive stuff means there's less I have to remember. So I always like that. And now I'm guessing we have to... Why are we so zoomed in? We have to fight the patrol. Oh yeah, the patrol is coming right now. I wonder if you can run away from them. Ah, no, they will stay where they are. However, it doesn't mean that we can't use some stuff in advance, right? New potion of protection. Arik, do you have anything useful you can use? A marshberry? Sure, why not? Otherwise you just end up never using any of this stuff, right? Myself more resolve. I don't know if that's useful, why not? Well, I think you can take the poison thing, so we're all gonna do our thing. And then we will engage. Wait. Oh, that's also a sign I have a missive. Well, I'll look at that in a sec. Most interesting. And then we do our usual thing of starting with burning iron on you. And doing some taunting on... No, that's the wrong one. That's the one I want. These guys. So we gotta get to these archers. I want you to go onto these archers. Actually, I want you to... You can still do that. Get these guys. You go on him.
At once.
Oh, take me if you can!
Another? Pity!
You're not really doing anything, which is kind of obnoxious, so you should just attack this
You
guy.
won't enjoy this as much as I do.
Kind of in a bad place. Oh, here it is.
Smash to pieces!
Then get it in there. And then you. Oh, took a lot of damage there. You can go and heal me.
On your command.
Flawless!
No, him. There we go. Nice. That worked out pretty well. Get a Vendrian bows. Got a quest update. What's all this now? Well, we knew that already. Oh yeah, we just completed this. And I guess the rest is sorted out. And then we have a missive. Perhaps a continued and faithful service shall remind the Archons of their duties to the Overlord. One can hope. May fortune favor your endeavor. Okay, that wasn't terribly meaningful. We've looked at all that, that's very good. Alright, that's pretty nice. We got a whole bunch of stuff done here. That leaves basically one thing to do, which is either going back to camp or going to the crossing. I think it might be wise to go to camp so that we can sleep. No, it's night as well. I always like it when they have a night and day version. I think if we sleep we only have a limited amount of time left. Is there a way of doing this that doesn't take tons of time? There was somewhere to sleep, right? Yes, here. Ooh, rest for 8 hours, that's a long time. But let's do it. Oh, we have 6 days left. Better hurry up with this quest. Alright, but I am going to call it there, because I need to eat. I've been at this for quite a while. But yeah, so far that's a pretty fun game. I'm definitely interested in the lore. And I really enjoy, you know, the classic isometric RPG aspect of this. Especially as someone who played, you know, not only all the Baldur's Gate and Icewind Dale games, but also Pillars of Eternity 1 and 2 and Divinity 1 and 2. Some of which I wouldn't mind replaying either at some point. So yeah, that will be it for now. There will be more to come of this later, but I'm gonna make myself the salad that I was planning to make yesterday. I have a whole bunch of stuff for a nice Greek salad, and that is going to await me, and then we will see what comes after that. I'm sure other people are streaming too. So that will be it. I will save it here. And yeah, be seeing you. Thanks for hanging out.